Welcome aboard, everybody. We've got a $10,000 guaranteed Big O tournament going on right now. Now, if you're unfamiliar, Big O is a 5-card game, basically PLO, but with 5 cards. And we are running high-low, so there will be times where we've got a low activated. Of course, you need a hand below an 8 that to qualify for the low. And, of course, we will also have a high card, a high hand. And most pots will be split in half. And you can see our graphics here showing off the high probability as well as the low probability. So Daryl does not have the potential to make a low hand. Just like PLO, you have to use 2 cards out of your hand in order to win. Daryl holding a couple of queens, as is Craig. We are heads up already. All these players here at this table have purchased the staff add-on, so they are beginning at 30,000 chips. And it looks like Daryl bets out, and Craig folds, not really catching a piece of that flop. And Daryl wins the first hand of our Big O tournament. Welcome out, everybody. Make sure to leave a like in the chat. Leave a comment if you've ever played Big O before. Actually, here's a question for you. What is your favorite variation of poker? I think a lot of people are going to say No Limit Hold'em. I think a lot of people are going to say PLO. And I think a lot of people are going to say Big O. This is a tournament backed by many requests from players. And here at KoJack's, we give the people what they want. And sometimes they want a $10,000 guaranteed tournament to play some 5-card high-low. Now, this is also called Congress in some parts of the United States. But here in Texas, we call it Big O. And we've got Joni with a pretty decent wrap here. Not too many suited cards, but look at this. Frankie with the Ace-King of Hearts and the 8-7 tray of spades. Pretty good hand there. Could activate the low, could activate the high. Now, sometimes you'll have players winning with the low and the high, scooping both pots. Because this game is so dynamic, and because it uses so many cards, we're limited to 8 players per table. Now, right now, registration is open, so if you're watching this and you live less than about an hour and a half away, you should be able to make it here on time. And we are running on a 15-minute delay to protect the integrity of the game. So come on down to KoJack's, have a good time, play some Big O. We're also, we've got 2 5-on-the-button tables running right now, and we're about to open a 1-2 game. So a busy day here for poker. Come on out, try your hand, play your favorite game. We've got a couple of variations going on right now. Now, you saw the action here. 2,500 chips in the pot. We've got 2 kings. We've got a 10, a 5, and a 4 on board. The low cannot hit because we do not have 3 cards below an 8 on the board. But Daryl wins with the best high hand here. Looks like a pair of 10s, a pair of kings, and an ace in tow. Check, check, check on the river. Daryl scoops another one. Daryl now our chip leader here at this featured table. Here's a look at the stack sizes. Daryl up 2,700 in chips, but still very even. Of course, we are only on we wrapped up hand number 2, so we're moving on to hand number 3. Not a huge variation. Haven't seen any big pots as of yet. And that is generally how this is going to go. Now, in a PLO tournament and a Big O tournament, you're going to want to play a lot of hands at the beginning when blinds are low and the minimum bet is low. That'll allow you to get into a lot of spots. There's so much variance with these 5 cards. And, of course, this is not a draw game, so there's no strategy as far as drawing goes. You play the hands that play the cards that you're dealt. You see what the board brings you. And you cross your fingers that it'll bring you something good, at least at the beginning. we go. Joni with a very, very decent hand. Ace, queen, pair of jacks, and a 10. 3 hearts in that hand. Craig, nice hand as well. Ace, 7, 7. A suited ace. And easy money over there in seat number 4. Has a pair of 8s, a pair of 3s, and a king. He does pair his king on the flop, but there are 2 diamonds now, giving Craig the nut flush draw. The low cannot be activated on this hand. Just not enough low cards on the board. Remember, you do have to use 2 cards out of your hand. Joni going to make the call here. As easy money bets, drawing dead. Craig, of course, coming along. Pot 2,400. A 9 of hearts does not complete any flush. But Joni does get the check mark. Check out of the small blind. We've got a check in the works out of the big blind. Joni 600 to call. It looks like she raises it up to 2,000 with the best hand. And Joni scoops the pot. Easy money makes the correct fold there. Getting out of the way. And we're moving on to hand number 3. Joni picking up a pot. Now, actually, the chip leader at the table, though, again, it is not by much. We are at the early stages of this tournament. Oh, Joni in second place, my mistake. 31-9 to 32-7 in Daryl's stack. And we're moving on. Hand number 3. Sorry, hand number 4. Joni picking up actually a pretty decent hand here. And she does have a possibility of activating the low, again, if the board cooperates. Landed King 9, 8, 7, 3. Very decent middle of the range wrap, but he is under the gun, and position means everything in this game, so he's going to let it go. Easy money with the KJ 876. I think that qualifies as the house hand. Daryl with a KJ as well. No players really getting a piece of the high end of that flop. Craig 58% to win the low end of that flop, though. 2-3 on board. He's got a 4-5 in his hand. There's the 7. Craig 91% for the low. And 35% for the high compared with Joni's 39%. So pretty close here as far as equity goes on the high end. Joni with a pair of queens. Craig does have a pair of 2s to go along. Joni's going to bet, and she's going to take it down. Craig not looking to chase his low. And that is part of the psychology of this game. You got to wonder, not only what high hand is my opponent playing, like you would in, for example, Hold'em, or just PLO high, but you also have to wonder, what is my opponent drawing for the low? Now, the best hand in this game is actually the wheel, ace 2, 3, 4, 5. So good straight, generally good for the high end. And, of course, the low, you're only 5 high. Joni, under the gun this time. King, queen, 8, 6, 3. Suited king. She's going to let it go. Frankie throwing in some call-in chips here. He's got a suited queen jack and a 5-4-3, a low wrap. Craig with his pair of 9s. 7-5-4 in tow is going to make the call as well. After easy money makes the raise. And the board comes out low, 7-4-2.
Yeah, he's assigned 8, but he's actually in 10. He's good. Yes.
And that'll give Craig actually 3 pair there. The pair of 9s, as well as the 7-4. He's less than 1% for the low, but he's got a lot of full house outs that could help him out for the high. Easy money here with the ace 2-4, 5 for the low. Easy money, almost locking up that low here. Almost the nut low. And there's another 7. Craig making trip 7s. He's going to bet out 3,000. He's got the high locked up. Easy money has the low locked up. If easy money makes the call, they will be chopping this pot. And he does. He makes the call. And both players profit. Up 700 for Craig. Out of position gets the odd chip. Easy money in position is up 600 out of that pot. And just to show you, again, at the beginning of these types of tournaments, you want to play a lot of hands. Craig, at 100%, sure is playing a lot of hands. Landon at the other end of that scale at 25%. Tight is right sometimes. And Landon is making it work for him right now. Daryl, though, 75% along with Joni. And Frankie and Easy Money are tied at 50%. Of course, we're only at hand 5. So not a whole lot to gain. Not a whole lot, I guess, to glean from these stats at this point. But here's our chip count showing off Joni and Terrell tying almost, virtually tying for first place. Meanwhile, Easy Money, Frankie, Landon, and Craig are down a little bit over that 30,000 starting stack. We got Megan in the chat once again. This is Mount Favorite Poker Game. This is her favorite poker game, Big O. She loves the variance. She loves the chaos, I guess. And that is certainly what you sign up for with Big O. I had a friend, actually another chat pro, Chris Carter, saying Big O is just a game of bad beats. It's nonstop bad beats. And if you pay attention to the equity count here, those percentages right next to the names, you will see those things fluctuating wildly. And we got Jessica Rojas in the chat cheering on Joni. Love to see that. Joni in seat 1, almost in position 1 as far as the featured table goes. Looking pretty good here. Only 11% equity for Miss Joni. Craig at 41% for the high hand. And Daryl 71% for the low hand. And that king really makes it unlikely that we'll hit the low. We've got the ace and the 8 on board to activate that low. Joni with a pair of 3s right now, and a pair of 9s, and a pair of kings. Craig with a pair of aces, a pair of 8s, and a pair of jacks. Some decent straight outs for Craig. Frankie also hitting that pair of 8s. By my count, that is all 4 8s locked up from the deck. Jessica saying, Frankie, oh man, get him. Love to see that. So we've got a fan of Joni and a fan of Frankie, all in one chatter here in the chat. Who else? Who's everybody rooting for? I'm showing actually a pretty good audience right now. Let me know that you're in there. Let me know where you're watching from. Let me know who you're rooting for. And let me know, when you play Big O, do you generally aim for the high or do you generally aim for the low? You just leave it up to chance and let the cards do the talking. Now, Craig has locked up the scoop on this hand. The pair of aces and the pair of 10s. The low did not activate. But Daryl's bet does get Craig to fold the best hand. Again, position means everything in this game. And this is a tough game with a lot of strategy. Because there is so much variance and because there are so many cards, you never feel good unless you have a nutted hand. If you have pretty close to the nut low, generally you feel pretty good about making a call, chopping a pot. If you're pretty close to the nut high, you feel pretty good about making a call and chopping a pot as well. And sometimes just a bonus if you get the high and the low. And here we go, on to hand number 7. Stack sizes really haven't changed that much. Daryl's still in the lead, though, at 34,000. Craig under the gun looks down. Pretty decent suited hand here. The suited jack. Got a pair of 10s. Got a queen. No hope of making the low. Easy money, on the other hand. Does make the call here, along with Craig. Landon making another fold. Easy money, raising it up to 600 with that ace and that low wrap. Getting a call from Daryl, Frankie, and Craig. Flop comes out ace, king, 7, 2 diamonds. Easy money, the only player holding diamonds. A 6 of diamonds locked up in Frankie's hand. And there's a 5 on the turn. Frankie improving to 89% to get the low out of that pot after the turn here. And there's a 10 on the river. Frankie has the best low hand out of those featured. Easy money with the best high hand. A pair of 5s and a pair of aces. Easy money. Throws out the call. And his low is beat by Frankie, but easy money actually scoops the high part. And Craig, the better on the river, unfortunately has the worst hand out of the 3. And we'll see his money chopped up between Frankie and easy money. Well, hey, it's a little rainy outside. A little gray out there tonight. Good way to beat that rain is come check out some poker. Come watch us here. KoJack's live. We are on a 15-minute delay, but hey, I'm watching this as it happens, or pretty close. And we've got a couple of tables running here in the rain. Come check us out. And we will be registering for this tournament. By the time you hear my voice, probably for at least 45 minutes to an hour. We got a Craig fan in the chat, Grace Lunsford, cheering Craig on. Love to hear it. So far, we've got a couple of cheerleaders in the chat. Let us know who you're rooting for. And we do have some more players in this $10,000 guaranteed Big O tournament. But we are running a featured table because there are so many cards being dealt out, 5 to each player and 5 on the board. We are limited to 8 seats per table. So we've got, I believe, 2 tables running right now, one of which is this featured table that you're watching right now. And when we get down to the final 8, we will be live streaming the final table here at KoJack's Live. You're watching right now. You're already in the right spot to watch that final table. And good luck to all these players. This is not an easy game. Flop comes out queen, 9, 7, deuce. A possibility that the low will be activated with the 7 deuce. Daryl 39% to lock up that low. He's got the ace, king, 10, 8, 3. Got a pretty decent wrap here on this board to make a straight. Could potentially pick up the high part of the board here, but Craig, slightly higher chance to do just that. He's already got a pair of 9s. And a pair of queens. And Craig does make the call. Easy money with a snap call right there. Darrell, the chip leader, keeping up the aggression on the turn. Let's see if he fires away here on the river. Craig in the big blind going to check. Easy money. Reaching for chips. He does throw out a call with 0% equity. A stone cold bluff. He does have the pair of aces in his hand. But his bluff is good enough to get Darrell off the best hand, and Craig is a check mark for the high. And that means this pot will not be split. If Craig makes the call, he will scoop the whole thing. And he folds. Easy money. Getting the bluff through. And he scoops a fairly large pot here relative to the size that we've been seeing so far. Not quite good enough to put... Oh, wait. It is. It is good enough to put him in first place. $34,400 in easy money stack. Darrell now in second place at $32K. Joni right below that, $31K, $31.8K. Frankie, Landon, and Craig all below that 30,000 starting stack, but not a whole lot of variance in these stacks so far. And any hand could catch these players up, perhaps put them in the lead even. We've got a couple of new things coming for next month. Now, this will be our final large tournament for August, technically. We are going to be running a qualifier for our $10,000 basically free roll. I keep calling it a free roll, though. You will have to qualify for $35 on Sunday. You get one re-entry at $35 as well. But we're going to be contributing $10,000 to the prize pool for all of the qualifiers. And you can qualify multiple times. That'll allow you a voucher to purchase additional chips at the $10,000 tournament. And that will be happening September 8th at 1 p.m. On to the next hand here. Flop comes out Jack 10 deuce, 2 hearts. Darrell holding a pretty good number of hearts there. He's got the queen and 10 of hearts, as well as the 9 of hearts. So straight flush wrap, actually, for Darrell. 50% to win the high hand. We've got Landon here at 23% for the low. He needs a little help, though. He's going to need running low cards to activate the low. Landon does get out of there. Craig now in the lead for the low. 4 of diamonds comes off for the turn. Craig does make a pair of 4s to go along with his pair of 10s and his pair of jacks. It looks like Darrell's going to keep up the aggression here in this pot with his straight flush wrap. Pretty cool to see there. He can only use 2 cards from his hand, so he's not going to hit the straight flush, but hey, we can dream, right? And Darrell bets out. He gets 2 callers. Craig and easy money still stubbornly holding on. A queen on the river. Easy money and Craig making the same straight, the same Broadway straight. Darrell unfortunately left behind, but as we've seen so far, aggression can win pots. Yeah, it looks like Craig making a plan for that aggression. He bets out 10,000. Easy money snaps. Snap raise. And a snap call from Craig. And a snap fold, as a matter of fact, from Darrell as well. Not a quick action right there. And Craig and easy money will split that pot. Now we're going to be moving on. A pretty big pot. Looks like we've got a new player joining us here. Easy money at 36K now, right at the top of the leaderboard. Unfortunately, that dethrones Daryl all the way down to 28.5 thousand. Joni's still up over her starting stack. And here's a look at the profits and losses. Easy money, the big winner so far, up 6,200. Craig, unfortunately, down 3,900 at the other end of our winnings scale. And now that we've run through a couple of hands, we're on hand number 9, I believe. The VPIP has changed. Ruben just joining us at 0%. We'll let that one slide. We'll give him a couple of chances to play some hands first. But Craig's still at 100% VPIP. Easy money at 66%. So pretty decent variation here. And Landon, under the gun, does make a call. He's got the ace-king, a suited king. Joni makes the 200 to call as well. Frankie getting out of there. Looks like Craig throws in a couple of calling chips, as does Easy Money. And Daryl going to check his option and go to the flop. We are 5 ways to the flop. Jack, Queen, 4, 2 spades. Joni holding a lot of spades there. Of course, you do need to use 2 cards, and only 2 cards from your hand, so Joni does not have the flush quite yet. But Daryl makes 2 pair on the flop, drawn to a boat. As well, a couple of straight outs, too, holding that 10. Easy money making a pair of queens, looking for Broadway, and there's the 3 of spades for Joni's flush. She does have the king high flush, though, as well as the queen of spades. Holding some very relevant blockers. But still, that ace of spades could be out there. She's also holding the 7-8 of spades, so pretty likely that none of these other players have made the flush. She's going to go ahead and bet 2,000. And she gets no callers. She's going to scoop that pot. That'll put Joni squarely in second place. $35,000 in easy money stack. Joni at 33,000, almost 34. Ruben's still starting out at 30K. If you're hearing me right now, you want to play some Big O, you've been waiting for this tournament or a tournament like it, hey, come down to KoJack's. We're still registering right now. Come check us out. $10,000 guarantee here for this tournament. A cool 520 to enter and get those bonus chips for your starting stack. I've not seen rebuys at the starting table, at least not yet. Frankie lets go of his hand. He's holding what we call too many clubs. Easy money. Also holding a lot of clubs. Ruben with the ace of clubs and Daryl with the 4 of clubs. That might be all of them locked up. Oh, wait. There's 2 left in the deck, and they come out on the flop. Queen, 7, and 3 right there. Joni making the pair of queens and the pair of 7s. And Daryl with the pair of queens and the pair of 3s. And Daryl's going to bet. That's going to force Joni to fold. Easy money, looking for the low, 61% to make that low. Any card below an 8. There's a 5. Easy money, all but locking up that low, though Daryl does have a possibility. He is holding some very low cards of his own, 2, 3, 4. He's going to go ahead and keep the aggression. 2 pair and the lows. But easy money, not giving up, staying sticky. He's going to make the call. Easy money, actually 34% favorite to win the high. But that 3 will lock up the high for Daryl, and easy money locks up the low. He's got the ace to help him out with an undercard here. Daryl keeping the aggression on, bets 5,000. If Easy Money can make this call, he will chop that pot with Daryl. Add a couple of chips to his stack. And it looks like he does make the call. Adding a couple of chips to his stack, those players will chop that pot. Daryl with the high, Easy Money with the low. And just like that, we are moving on. Moving on. Now, interestingly enough, the pre-flop raise statistic, very, very low. Easy Money and Daryl, basically the only players that have raised pre-flop more than once. Easy Money keeping that aggression on pre-flop. And it's been working to build the size of the pots. Okay. Got my audio technician here saying I need to be louder. Let's get some louders in the chat here.
If you're not louder, you're not having fun. And 5 cards out on the board. We're having a good old time today. Joni looks down at a playable suited heart with an ace-4, kind of the emergency redraw here. You're really looking for that ace-deuce, aren't you?
That is true. Yeah, still, that ace has helped out some of these players getting the low, though. Just last hand, we saw 2-3-4 beat out by the ace-2-3 for the low.
I like Craig saying, I wish one of those 4s was an ace with a suited draw, but unfortunately it's not.
I was going to say, I like Easy Money's hand with too many clubs.
Now Joni's looking pretty fire for the high end of the board. She's got the heart draw. Does anybody have 79? Yes, Ruben's got 79.
That's right. And 7 of hearts, no less. Somewhat of a relevant blocker there to the straight flush, as is Landon's 6-3 of hearts. Somewhat relevant.
What's going on? Jessica Rojas, Gracie Lungsford. She's in here rooting on Sticky, sitting right there in seat number 3.
Yes, louder, please. It looks like my audio technician was 1,000%.
How does that work, Gracie, for you? Is that a little loud?
Yeah, let's make sure it's let's make sure it's better. Give the people what they want.
Yeah, give us some 5, 6, 7s if that's going to be loud enough for you.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm going to have to pass this mic off. We've got a special guest.
Hey.
Straight from Disneyland. Goofy. I'm just kidding.
Goofy fits.
Goofy fits.
It's.
Oh, Pluto is Goofy.
Goofy's the tall one.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, Reese back in the KoJack's live stream. It's been a while. So we're playing Big O tonight, huh?
Yes, sir. Good to see you. $10,000 guarantee here for the prize.
Yeah, it's going to be the rain kind of held up the entries, but they're starting to come in now.
That's
So,
right. We are still registering.
Yep, absolutely. You got plenty of time to come and get in onto this tournament. Like I said, it's a $10,000 guarantee, $500 entry for this Big O tournament.
Love that. A lot of multiples of 5.
It feels so weird to say Big O. I've been in Fort Worth, Dallas area for the last couple months doing some of the properties up there, and they call it Congress.
Congress, yeah. That's what I
So I had to adjust the lingo, and now it feels good saying Big O again.
Well, here in Texas, here in West Texas, that's what we call it. I hear the beeper outside. We are on a 15-minute delay, but it looks like in about 15 minutes we'll see the blind levels changing. Right now we're at 200, 300, so we're starting to build up a little bit, but these players still very comfortable, right around 100 big blinds.
And we got Frankie here limping under the gun. He's got the ace-deuce with the suited ace-6 working. Ace-4 back up there. It's going to be good enough to come in and see a flop with. Mr. Craig plays a lot in the San Angelo area. I don't think he's met 2 cards, or much less 5, that he doesn't love. I'm sure he's been rather active.
That's right.
Joni going to come along well into the big blind and just check her option. Ace, Queen, 7.
Craig making the nut flush draw here.
Yeah, that's going to be
ace-6 of spades.
Well, yeah, that's going to be a good one there. It's deuce 5 low, 3-4 for Daryl. This one's going to check around, and there's
Ooh.
the flush comes right in for Craig. We'll see him put some money in the pot here.
That's
I
right.
don't know if you'll see anybody else come along here, as the low hasn't quite made just yet, and Daryl not even drawing for the nut low yet, so that's going to be the end of that hand there.
Boom.
But every pot matters here in Big O, especially in tournament play.
That's right. And like you said, Craig didn't meet 5 cards he didn't like. It looks like those 5 cards liked him right back.
They were good enough, good enough.
That's right.
So do we have the chip stacks up? Who's been doing the damage here? Looks like
let's take a look at the
Joni's
winners.
got herself a pretty good
Joni's doing well.
uptick there, and easy money, doing
Yes,
all
sir.
right. Of course, Craig, but he, like I said, he plays on a roller coaster, so he'll be at 20,000 1 minute and 60 the next.
It's Big O anyway. It's hard
Yeah.
not to do that.
I love Craig a lot. He's a very, very good guy.
Absolutely.
Plays all over the place.
Yes, sir. What a mustache, too.
But the blinds still 200, 300.
200, 300.
And like we were saying, there's still plenty of time to get in on this tournament. I'll pull up the live clock here.
All right. And Daryl looks down at a couple of hearts here. 2, 4, 8 of hearts. He's got the 9 and 10 in tow. It still could be louder. There we go. See if we can't ramp up that volume a little bit for you, Miss Grace.
I mean, we're talking about Mr. Craig there, Grace. We've been talking about him for the last 5 minutes. Now, the stream is on a 15-minute delay, but looking at the live clock here, you still have just over 2 hours left to get into this tournament. So if you are watching, listening around the Midland, Texas area, you got plenty of time to still come get into this $10,000 guaranteed tournament, a $500 buy-in Big O championship game that we like to do.
Yeah,
Every
don't let
once
the
in a
rain
while.
hold you up.
Easy money they're going to raise up and take it down pre-flop. Good enough with the ace deuce suited for sure.
All right. And look at that pitch right there. Rob.
Go Fanatic. No surprise that he made the drive here to play in this one tonight.
Right. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of players from a lot of different parts of the country here.
You know, it's hard to, the I want to say the skill gap, but there's the skill gap in Big O is bigger than it is in Hold'em these days. There's a lot of Hold'em players, a lot of people play Hold'em, but Big O kind of takes it to that next level. So if you're a pretty
At least for the high, she's almost got that locked up. It looks like we are having some network difficulties, probably caused by the rain. So if you can hear me, give me an ear emoji in the chat. If you can find that, give me let me know. Give me a sign. We tried turning up the volume. Now it looks like we need to boost the Wi-Fi signal in here. And Joni's set of 9s is going to be good enough for the high, but Landon's got the low locked up. He makes the call. And that's going to be good enough to split the pot. Another 700 chips going to each player. It looks like we are back on, as far as I can tell. My apologies for the network difficulties. It might have been a lightning strike or something outside. We're starting to see our viewers trickle back in. Again, apologies for that. Starting to build that audience back up. Thanks for sticking with us through whatever it was that caused that. But we are back here at our $10,000 guaranteed Big O tournament. 10K guaranteed. Here at KoJack's, we say, let's give the people what they want. People want poker. Let's bring them some poker. $10,000 at a time. And we've got 5 cards going to each player. We've got Daryl picking up the 8-7-4-3 deuce. Somewhat rainbow. He's got the matching 7-4 of diamonds. Could help him out for a high, but Landon's got the suited king of diamonds here, king 10. He's also got the 8-4-3 in tow. Joni with the pair of 7s. a queen 9 of diamonds, and easy money with the suited ace 3 of diamonds. So lots of diamonds in players' hands, but only one on the flop. King Jack 5. Landon making the king, but Craig making the better 2-pair here with the King Jack, actually, and the pair of 5. So a couple of boat outs for Craig. That's why he's got that 50% locked up for the high. It looks like easy money, really working pretty close to that nut low. But he does only have 7% to make the low. And I believe that's just a function of there only being one low card on the board at this point. And here we go, a little action there. 6 on the turn. That does help the lows. And you can see easy money now. Ace 2, 3, 5, 6. He's got kind of a low wrap right now. And Frankie's going to lead out for 3,000. Almost a pot-sized bet. And here we go. Easy money makes the call. Try moving the microphone closer to my face, but you can hear me breathing a little lot. Let's see if I can do something about that. There we go. A 5 on the river. A 5 of clubs, no less, completing a potential flush. This is a chopped pot, but interestingly, both players have the same high hand. With a pair of 6s, a pair of 5s, and an ace. But hey, in a game like Big O, where you got a lot of chopped pots, it doesn't sting quite as much to chop a pot as it does in, for example, Hold'em when you're, chopping only for the high. Looks like some menus being passed around over there for the players. At KoJack's, we do go on food runs. So if you want to sit and play poker all day, hey, we can accommodate that. A couple of people that take orders and run over to restaurants and the like. And here we go. King, Queen, 8, 8, 7 for Landon. Makes the call under the gun. Joni thinking about making a call with a pair of deuces. A 5 of hearts to go along with that, one of the twos. And a Jack 8 of clubs. And here we go. Looks like we are going 5 ways to the flop. And that flop comes out all high. King, Jack, 10. No hope for the low. King, Jack, 10. A very Broadway flop. Frankie just right off the rip making Broadway. 65% to lock up the high there. And that 5, kind of a blank on the turn. I say kind of. You never know who's holding King 5, Jack 5, 10 5. Just improved to 2 pair. But of course, we can see that easy money does hold the King 10. And there's an ace. Frankie's still with Broadway. Easy money. No full house, but does improve to technically 3 pair, which really doesn't help you. You can only use 5 cards. Not 6. Easy money bets. Frankie snap raises up to 5,000. That'll get easy money to fold his bluff. And Frankie looks like the top of the chip stack leaderboard for our featured table. $36,000 right there. 34 for Joni. Easy money up to 32.8. Ruben, Landon, Daryl, and Craig all below the 30,000 starting stack. Not by too much, though. Craig playing the high variance game. It's only a matter of time before he jumps in there and scores a winning hand. Joni in the +1 here with the ace, king, queen, 9-3. Almost all suited with spades. Frankie holding 2 of the remaining spades. And we are off to a flop 4 ways, 1,200 in the pot. 10-5 deuce is that flop. Couple of low cards. Looks like Landon with the ace tray. And Joni with the ace tray. Working for that low. 17% there. Easy money. He's got a couple of diamonds there. There is 1 diamond on the flop. I don't suspect Landon will make a call if a flush were to come through, a diamond flush. But we don't have to worry about that with the king of hearts on the turn. Easy money. Still working for Broadway. Trying to get there. Daryl picking up 2 pair, king and 10. And he's still got the 3, 4, 6 for the low. Not a bad low hand. He's going to bet. Out of the small blind, he's going to take it down. 2,700 in that pot going his way. Certainly working to catch things up. Take a look at the wins and losses. Everybody started with the same stack, 30,000. Because we are watching the beginning of the featured table. Frankie up to 6,100. Joni in second place, up 3,800. Easy money up 19 at this point. And Craig at the bottom of the winnings leaderboard at 5,800 down at this point. Still a pretty decent stack at 24,000. Could do some damage. Still a lot of betting power with a stack like that. Blinds are now 200, 300. Hand number 19. Joni with the king, jack, 10, 8 tray. Not likely to make the low hand, but it is possible. I'm going to try and turn this up here. Audio is low. We're still getting comments about that. Oh, you know what? I'm going to try and crank this knob up. Let's see if this does anything. Let me know if this is better or worse. Appreciate the comment, Justin. And Grace. Thanks for checking us out. Thanks for watching us. It does seem like the audio is lower than it has been. Try moving the slider up here. Does that help? Let me know. Getting better, he says. Getting better. Thanks for working with us through these technical, I don't call them difficulties. We call them growing experiences. I couldn't get that one out without laughing. And here we go. 8,300 in the pot. Actually, a pretty sizable pot this time. 6, deuce, 5, all low cards. Joni does have the suited king of hearts here. Could make it flush for the high card. She's at 38% for that high card. High hand, rather. Easy money with the ace deuce 4 in his hand. Craig with the 2-4-7 is going to come along for the ride. Pot up to 10,000. This is the biggest pot that we've seen, at least so far. Of course, as tournament structures go, those pots are only going to grow from this point on. Now, let me try cranking this thing up a little more. Let me know if that helps. We should be up at least closer to the right spot. Let me know if my voice gets distorted, too. That's one thing I worry about. When the audio levels get too high, sometimes it just can't make out the words. So let me know if this is any better. Joni with quite the decision to make. Easy money, 60% pot. Throws out a 6,000 chip bet. And that's going to be good enough to get Joni off of her flush draw. Craig now with the decision. He's got pocket kings. He's got the deuce 4. And he does make the fold. Easy money. Scooping a big pot. And just like I said, just like we were talking about moments ago, even though easy money, he's got a good stack. He can use that stack to drag some chips. 39,000 now in that stack. He is at the top of the leaderboard. Craig down to just shy of 21,000. Still, though, a decent stack. Still a lot of betting power. Still a lot of winning power with that stack. And Joni now down to third place after that pot. And Grace, thanks for following up. Thanks for letting me know. It's working better. Good, good. Glad to hear it. Now, we appreciate everybody watching. The reason we put these live streams on is for you. I keep saying it. Bring people, bring poker to the people. And that's exactly what we try to do here. And we are live streaming right now the $10,000 guaranteed Big O tournament. We've still got about 2 hours left on registration. So if you're hearing my voice, you still got some time. We're going to be keeping that registration open for a while. We expect a couple of rebuys here from some of these players. This is, again, a high-variance game, so we'll likely see a couple of players bust, a couple of players come back. This is a rebuy tournament. And, again, $10,000 prize pool guaranteed. That means at least $10,000. I wouldn't be surprised to see it jump way above that number. And we've got King 10-10 on the flop. 2 diamonds. Landon holding the Queen Jack of diamonds. Craig with the suited ace of diamonds. And Ruben with the 7-4 of diamonds. There's an ace on the turn. Landon makes Broadway, but he's only 4% for the high hand. Craig locking that up with his full house. Was aces full of 10s, now aces full of kings. And it looks like he's going to bet. Pot size bet, 2,000 going in the middle there. That pot not quite big enough for Craig to double up. Joni with the decision. Eyeing the board, eyeing her chips, eyeing the muck pile, and throwing her cards right into that muck pile. And Craig will drag that 1,600 chip pot. Now it looks like the blinds have moved up. We are now up 200, 400 for hand number 20. It'll be a little easier to make things happen now that the default pot size is a little bit larger. Of course, Big O is a pot limit game. So at any point, you can only bet the size of the pot. So with bigger pots, you can bet more, potentially win more. But, of course, in order to bet more, you potentially could lose more. Craig down to 22,500, even after dragging that last pot. We'll see if he can turn things around under the gun. Got a lot of clubs in his hand there. Ace, queen, 9, 6, 4. Couple of low cards, but not super low. Couple of high cards, that ace and the queen. And he does make the call for 400. Landon staying in here with a couple of diamonds. King 8, 5, 5, 4. Flop comes out ace, 8, 6. Frankie, set of aces right there on the flop. Craig making top pair, that case ace on the board. No diamonds for Landon. No fives for Landon either, which could save him a lot of chips. Frankie looks like he checks his option. Craig makes the call. Landon's still in the pot. Frankie making the check on the turn. It looks like our graphics are having a little bit of trouble catching up. 5 cards is a lot of processor work here. So just looks like Frankie drags that pot, though. It is a scooper. And here we go. Frankie picking up 2,000 chips out of that pot. 3,400 total in the pot. Frankie still way above starting stack now at this point. Looks like he could be one of the chip leaders. Let's take a look at that board. Easy money, 38.6, and Frankie not far behind at 38.1. Joni down just a cool 100, half of a small blind over her starting stack. Daryl down to 29.5 thousand. Still pretty healthy, though. Blinds are now 200, 400. Easy money sitting just below that 100 big blind level. Craig right above 50 big blinds. Still pretty comfortable as far as tournament stacks go. Still good enough to do some damage. We've got easy money under the gun with a pair of kings, one of which is suited. King 10. Looks like he's going to make the call. A fold around to Landon, who makes the call. And looks like a raise from Ruben to 1,500. He's got pocket aces and a suited ace-king. The 8-3 in tow is kind of an emergency, as Reese would call it, an emergency low activator. He does have the A-tray. Depending on how low the board is, that could help him out. Frankie with the pair of deuces, a suited ace-jack. Could help him with the low even more than Ruben's A-tray. Craig also holding the ace-deuce for the low. And Landon only with low cards. Craig makes the call. Now the decision is on Landon. He makes the call as well. Coming off to a flop 10-8-4. Not a whole lot of help to these players. Ruben with the flush draw and the A-tray for the low. Frankie checks his option. Landon checks his option. Action on Ruben. He throws out some chips. Looks like 6,000. Full size pot bet. Frankie now with a decision to make here. 25% to win the low. He does make the fold. That bumps Craig up to 42% to win the low with his ace-deuce. 3 low cards are out there. It is possible. It looks like Craig could go all in. I saw him stacking his chips here just a second ago. Maybe ready for a shove. Maybe not. big decision to make. Does he chase the low? 1 spade on board. 3 spades in Craig's hand. He could be thinking about making a flush, chasing a backdoor flush. No, not going to be good enough here. He's going to make the fold, as does Landon. Ruben taking down that pot. 4,500 chips heading his way. Now we're moving on here. VPIP percentages still pretty high. VPIP stands for voluntarily put in pot. Any chance you get to put chips in the pot affects this score. Anything other than blinds. So if you're under the gun, you make a call. That's voluntarily putting those chips in. Craig, 86% easy money, swapping those numbers around to 68%. Now, generally, you'll see higher numbers at the beginning of this tournament. Now, Ruben down to 46%, but again, a latecomer to the table. Still playing a decent amount of his hands. Darrell getting out of the way. Landon getting out of the way. Ruben makes the call. Joni moving on. And Frankie making the call. Craig coming along for the ride. Easy money. Thinking about it. And does come along too. Flop comes ace, king, 7. And a queen of diamonds on the turn. Ruben making Broadway. Craig not quite to Broadway. No players holding 2 diamonds in their hand, so those 2 diamonds on board are actually irrelevant. Of course, these players don't know that. We can see the cards, but they can't. Ruben betting 1,500, keeping the aggression on. And Frankie with his set of queens does not boat up. That'll give Ruben the check mark. He bets 3,000. About 2/3 pot. That'll get Frankie out of the way. And Ruben drags another pot. Well, that reminds me, let's take a look at this aggression factor here. Easy money, 53%. How often do you bet or raise versus check or call? Easy money, 53% skewed towards betting or raising. Surprised to see Ruben at only 41%. It seems like the last couple of pots he's played, he's taken the lead and kept the betting going. There we go, some fast action. These players don't like the cards that they're dealt, at least not this round. And we're all the way over to Craig on the button. He's got a suited 9-7, a pair of 7s, and a suited ace. Not that great of a low hand. It does look like the second best low hand here. Flop comes all low, 4-4-9. 2 diamonds on board. Landon has got the deuce tray of diamonds. And there's the last diamond out there. Landon actually drawing dead here. Darrell with the high card. He's got kings full of 4s. Or the high hand, rather. Kings full of 4s. And that low is not activated, so Darrell bets out. Everyone else folds. He's going to drag that 2,200 chip pot. Add that to his stack. And now, looks like Darrell is up over starting stack. Easy money still on top of that leaderboard right now, at least for the final, the featured table rather. 7,800. Adding on to easy money. Stack right near that 38,000 chip mark. Ruben right near 35,000 chips. Frankie not too far behind either. Daryl only 700 chips above starting stack for now. And Craig still dwindling down, bleeding out chips, down to 18.8. Anything could happen, especially in a game like this where you get 5 cards. Joni looks down at a pair of kings and a pair of deuces, a suited king of diamonds and a suited king of clubs. Frankie holding the ace-6 of diamonds, or ace-8 rather, ace-8-6 of diamonds. As well as a 9 and a 10 to go along. Craig holding the ace-king, suited ace. Easy money looks down at the Rockets here. Not quite as valuable in a game like this as they are in Hold'em. But still, pretty good starting hand. Suited ace-deuce of hearts as well for easy money. Pretty high equity there. You get the pair of aces and the deuce to go along with it. Aces are high and or low. Look at this. Flop comes out queen, queen, queen. Nobody making quads. But Joni and Easy Money both flop full houses. Easy Money, this is one of those times where those aces pre-flop really, really help you out. Got queens full of aces versus queens full of kings. And because that flop is all queens, there is no possibility of a low. Easy Money, 92% favorite to win this. Joni, got to be feeling pretty good with her pocket kings. There's a 10. No help. Daryl's going to lead out here. Betting 2,000. Joni makes the call. Priced in. Frankie out of the hand. Craig with the decision to make. Drawing dead. Looks like he throws his cards into the muck, the proper fold there. Easy money on the dealer button. Throwing out some chips as well. Building the pot. A smooth call. And there's a 9 on the river. Inconsequential 9. These players all wondering who's got the queen. Check around on the river. Easy Money turns over his aces. Says life is good when you've got the Rockets, the American Airlines right there. Helping him drag out a pot. 10,000 chips headed his way. He's up to 48K right now. Now, by my count, that does put him on top of the leaderboard. Let's check the official statistics here. Easy Money up to 48K. He's up 18,000 over starting stack. And that does put him at the top of the leaderboard. Ruben, second place. Although an almost distant second place. About half of the starting stack separates them. Down to 34,000. Frankie at 33. Daryl, Joni, Landon, and Craig now all below starting stack. Craig, unfortunately, at the bottom of the board. 17.3K. And Joni moving from kings to queens this time. Let's see if that'll help her out. Landon now with the kings. Craig and Ruben both holding an ace in their hand. We're getting a chip count real quick. Very important to keep everything the way it should be. Make sure the pots are accurate. King 5-4 on the flop. Landon making a set of kings. And you can only use 2 cards from your hand, so Landon does not have a full house, even though he does have a pair of 5s. Craig lets go of his diamonds. Small diamonds, baby diamonds, 3-4 of diamonds. Pot now up to 4,000. A jack on the turn. Landon keeping up the aggression. Betting out 4,000. Craig with a decision to make here. He is 50% to win the low. If it does activate, half of the cards in the deck will be low enough for that to activate. He's got the 3 and the 4 and the 7. Not exactly the, oh, and the ace. He's got the ace tray. Not exactly the lowest cards in the deck, so he does let it go. And Landon scoops a pot. 8,000 chips headed his way, 2,600 of which are profit. Puts Landon nearer to the black, but he is still in the red for now. Landon down 4,600 over starting stack. Craig down to about half of the starting stack for now. Easy money. Still at that 48.2K. Easy money. Maybe a different story when it's tournament chips. At least at this point. Taking that final table by storm. Frankie looking down at a couple of pairs in his hand, 9s and 7s, both of which are suited, and a queen along in tow. Craig now with the aces. Let's see if he can use this hand to double up. A much-needed double up for Craig. He is bleeding chips right now. He's going to have to make some moves to keep up with the blinds. Now, this is a slower-paced tournament, I believe. We've got about an hour and a half or so on registration. So if you haven't made it out just yet, come on by, KoJack's. Plenty of spots open for you. And we are still registering. Ace, king, deuce on the flop. That'll make a set for Craig. He's also got the pair of kings and a pair of deuces. Craig going to bet 1,500. Get a couple of folds out of it, but Joni and Ruben do make the... Now, Joni does fold. And pow! Craig drags the pot. Not quite a double up. Oh, my mistake. We're still in it. Ruben gets the check mark for the low. I saw our dealer, Jason, handing Craig some chips. It looks like it was just change. Craig bets 2,100. A little less than a half pot size bet. He does have the set of aces. Now Ruben, though, with the low, he's got the 3, 4, 5. The 4 and the 5. He's got the wheel already locked up. And there is the jack of diamonds on the river. Craig actually makes a flush along with this set of aces. Ruben bets 5,000. Craig shoves all in. Ruben makes a snap call, and they will chop that pot. 800 additional chips going to each player. Now, you do expect that these pots are going to be chopped. It is a high-low game, but it's much sweeter to win that pot before showdown, so you don't even have the possibility of chopping. So interesting bluff dynamics going to be played a little bit later on in this tournament. Once these players get a feel for each other and a feel for how they're playing that day. Of course, a couple of these players here have played many, many, many hours with each other. So they already have an understanding of the general strategy they might be using against their opponents, or the general strategy their opponents might be using against them. But each day brings a new attitude, brings a new set of strategies, potentially. Some of these players could be changing up their game a little bit to throw the other players off. So again, a lot of interesting bluff dynamics going to be set up a little bit later on. These tournaments tend to be played a little bit looser at the beginning and a little tighter at the end. You want to kind of get some momentum heading into the later levels. Craig under the gun, king, 10, 9, 8, 8. A suited king here and a pair of eights. No low cards. He's only looking for the high, and he is 62% to get there. Easy money folding in the +1 spot. Daryl, an empty chair. Can't play your cards if you can't see them. If they're outside of arm's reach, they will be folded. It felt like a scene from Bugs Bunny, you know, when he gets up out of the chair so fast, it just cuts to the camera and the chair's just spinning, empty. He hated that hand so much, he got up and ran away. Flop comes queen, 7, 6, 2 clubs. Frankie holding a couple of clubs, but Ruben holding the ace of clubs. Checking around on the flop, 3,000 in the pot. A queen of clubs comes off. Frankie does make his flush, but he's not best for the high hand. Ruben is much better with his set of sixes, as full house. His six is full of queens. And it looks like Joni's going to do the betting for Ruben. Ruben smooth calling here. Pot now up to 7,000. Joni in the small blind. Let's see if she continues the aggression. And Joni does bet, and Ruben does call, waiting for Joni to turn over her hand. He shows the boat, and he is good. 6,400 chips in profit headed his way out of that 11,000 chip pot. And we are moving on, taking a look at these chip stacks over here. We've got some pretty good variance going on in this high variance game. Easy money, though, taking a big pot, running away with the lead.
Who is Easy Money? That must be Miss Joni.
Easy money.
No, Easy Money. Who is Easy Money?
Right there in seat 4.
All right.
Ruben catching up. Ruben making moves here. 41,000 in his stack. Almost a starting stack and a half there for second place.
One thing I do like about Big O is you're never dead. You got that turn, changes the nuts. You got that river, changes the nuts. You've got a little piece of action for everywhere in the game.
Yeah, it's real fun to watch the equities. The percentages just flop and flip on a dime. And you never know where you stand, and that's one of the difficult parts of this game. And that's what separates the pros.
Here we go, Easy Money looking down. Playable hand, got the nut flush draw, got 6-7 with 6-6 and ace-3. Looking for a deuce on the flop, something fun. One deuce is in Daryl's hand.
That's right. Daryl, a couple of low cards there.
Ruben's got deuce. I see what you did there. I see the giggle. We always got the poop jokes
I
going
didn't
around.
say it. What are you talking about?
So we got 6 players going to the pot, $7,200 up for grabs. And the great thing about Big O, play just like PLO.
That's right.
If you say the word pot, you've got to bet how much is out there.
That's right. It is a pot limit game and a split pot game. Seen a couple of split pots so far.
Ideal hand right now would be ace 2-4.
That's right. The wheel is the strongest low in this game.
Ace 2-4-6 would be pretty good.
That would be.
Ace 2-4-6-7. There we go. That's the 5 cards I'd want right now. Ace 2-4-6-7. Missing a few of our big hitters, but as we're closing in, we're getting close to passing the $10,000 marker.
Hey.
We guaranteed $10,000 up for grabs tonight, and we are just about there. So look for this prize pool just to continue to grow beyond that. Did we just check around?
Hey, look,
Nope.
Looks like Ruben's going to bet his set.
Oh.
He's got top set there with queens. Now, we do still have registration open on this tournament, too.
Hour and 30 more minutes.
That's right. So this tournament, again, that prize pool is going to keep growing and growing and growing.
Easy money makes the call. King on the turn. If you could play 3 cards out of your hands, Ruben would have a boat, queens full of kings, but you can only play 2 for the high and 2 for the low. It's a little different variation from what you normally see with a 1-2 game, and Ruben's going to keep on firing. He's not worrying about a flush draw, one card of each suit sitting out there, and Ruben pulls in 9,500 chips, and that's big because every chip in a tournament matters. Even that 100, he just got tossed to him last because it was under a card, but every chip in a tournament matters.
And look at this PFR. Ruben is not very high at only 15%, but we switch over to aggression factor. Ruben has been very aggressive with these past couple of hands, just keeping the pressure on these players. He doesn't like splitting pots, and you can really tell, 42% aggression frequency.
And you see this a lot in Big O when they have one side locked up, the aggression becomes a little bit crazier because they want to maximize the value. They want 2 people to make that call that both have ace deuce fishing for that low. But when you have the high nuts and say you have pocket kings and a queen, jack hits the board, and you have a jack in your hand so nobody can have quads, then you really want to just force every person to call that can call. You want them drawing at that empty 3/4.
Exactly. And if you have unless you have the ace deuce, you don't feel good about making the low part of the board.
I don't even feel good with ace deuce. I want ace deuce 3. My perfect Big O hand is ace king 2 3. Double suited with aces.
That's right. And it looks like, speaking of which, Craig feeling pretty good with his hand there. Easy money. 2 tray 4. 32% to lock up the low there.
And this is what we're talking about. The equities just flipping per hand. Ruben setting at 25%. Frankie's setting up high with the ace 7, 2 pair. But look at this. He's got 2 pair, and he's only at 40% with that deuce that activates the low. Now we're looking for 3-4 for the nuts, and easy money sitting right there in that Live Lucky Black Clover hat. Has that nut low. The only thing that could destroy him would be a 3 or a 4. So the only things that could destroy him. So here we go. We're going to be heads up action. Easy money makes the bet, 2,000, and it looks like Mr. Craig is going to make that call. Gracie, what you think? Craig's got queen 7. Look at that, ace 7. Frankie folded the ace 7. But I also have to root for Craig. He's got 5-3 sitting in the bank.
That's the way to do it. You get your favorite hand going. You cannot lose. And Craig really needs some help. He's 92% for the high on this hand.
And 8% for the low. He could still win the low. Ace.
Good. That aggression could get it.
Queen 7's full.
Yeah, he's locked up for the high. Easy money. Locked up for the low after that queen coming off.
This is where you'll see a pot from Craig probably, but you will not see a repot from Easy because it's very easy. It's very easy. It's very easy for Craig to be holding queen 7 4 3. So you're just going to see a call. I don't think things are going to get too crazy. He's wearing the Life is Good shirt. That means he's in chill mode, and he's only going to make the call.
Quite the decision to make, though. Fair amount of chips on the line here. 12,800 in the pot.
Makes the call, and it's going to go choppy chop. They're going to pull back their own bets. Each of them's got a check mark.
That's right. 600 in profit for each player, though.
That's a lot of play for just 600 in profit. So in Big O, you really want that third player in the hand,
Right.
so you can chop up that money. Otherwise, usually Big O tournaments are a little, and 4-card Omaha High-Low are a little bit longer tournaments because the majority of the pots are chopped like that. But what each of these players are searching for is the elusive nut hand.
That's right.
It guarantees the high and guarantees the low. That's why if the flop comes out ace, 2, 3 of hearts, and you're holding 4, 5, as Matt Damon says, you're holding the still will. Good enough for the high, but sweet enough for the low.
There it is.
That's not the exact quote, so don't hold me on that. So where's everybody joining in tonight? Gracie, where you sitting? Justin, where you sitting at tonight? I like to know where everybody is. We are in the lobby. We'll call it the dungeon because it's like 912 degrees sitting in this room talking to y'all.
You know what? The thermometer actually says 666 right now.
Oh, see what we did there? He's predicting the next board.
There
Wouldn't
it
that
is.
be crazy?
Ooh. Well, you're telling me.
If that happens, I'm going home, grabbing the Bible, and hey,
Yeah.
I went to a Pentecostal church this weekend.
Okay. How was that?
It was a different experience.
Yeah, indeed.
It was a
indeed.
different experience. Yeah, I was kind of wanting to jump up and down with the pastor as he
Oh,
was
yeah.
getting into it. It was kind of fun.
A lot of energy.
Very different, though. I was raised just a little bit of Southern Baptist.
Southern Baptist now, y'all.
So here we go. We're already moved around over to hand number dirty 31. And look at this. Craig has one of those really great starting hands, ace, 5-4, suited diamonds, suited clubs. And he's going to be setting pretty good equity. The only thing that would be better is if he
Easy
had a
money's
deuce
553.
And look at this. Daryl just flops the
Yeah.
absolutes, right? Well, yeah, he flops the absolutes because he's holding the blocker of the 6.
That's right. There it is.
I like that. He's got less than a 1% chance to win the low. So you can guarantee he's going to maximize every single street.
Staying aggressive.
And what he's looking to dodge, he's looking to dodge a 9, a king, and an ace.
Yeah, that's right. That would give other players the upper hand. Like you said, those equity numbers flip-flop around on a dime. Looks like Joni and Craig are coming along for the ride.
Joni doesn't know her 8 and 9 are dead.
That's right.
She does not want to see a 5 or a 10.
Oh, there's a jack instead right there on the turn. Jack of hearts.
No flush coming this hand, so everybody can quit worrying about that. But in this game, each player holds 5 cards. Theoretically, that gives you a 20% better chance to have the nuts.
I
Right?
like the way you figure that.
1 out of 5?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, that's not the
That's
odds.
not even close, but
No, it's like a 3% chance of having the nuts, but still 20%.
sounds a lot better.
You know, 92% of statistics are made up on the spot.
I heard it was 86%.
I thought it was, but then I read it was 14.
I gotcha.
Did y'all hear my new dad joke?
Hit me with it.
All right. How do you know when a joke becomes a dad joke?
When it has a, I don't know.
When it becomes apparent.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
Hold on, we got to get a standing ovation for that. Nope,
Wait.
the third one.
There it is. There it is.
Oh, I laughed so hard. Richard Tennyson is in the room, and one of the dealers over at CCC started over at KoJack's Poker Club, and he just told me that joke, and I guarantee you I will probably tell it 9 times tomorrow.
I'm laughing because that's 100% true.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, 9 times on the low end.
Yes, it's like my other favorite joke. What do you call a Mexican man with a rubber toe? Roberto.
Hey.
I've told them for probably 20 years.
Oh man, I was watching actually before I got here the roast competition on YouTube. I can't repeat any of the jokes that they said.
Oh Lord,
Man,
I'm
that's
sure they're
fun
about
stuff.
meat.
Yeah, right. Meat. Yeah.
Look at this: Ace, Queen, Jack, 6, 4 spades in Frankie's hand. You can pretty much guarantee that 3 spades aren't coming when you see something like that.
Yeah, it's we've actually seen that before, and so very interesting to see how the board runs out. Joni holding a spade, Landon holding 2 more spades.
So we're going to be 5-way action to the flop, and nobody raised it. I don't like to see that. I like to build the pot, so if you wanted to pot it, you could. King 5-4. Ace deuce is in nobody's hand. No
Ooh, Landon's got the ace.
Oh, there it is. I was looking for the ace at the bottom side, but I forget it organizes the cards
It's both.
in numerical order.
And now that ace on the turn.
2-3 looking Joni.
Yeah, 2-3. Daryl with the 3-4, not too far behind.
Anybody have 3-4-6?
No.
2-4-6.
2-4-6 for Landon. He is only 3% for the low, though. Joni locking up that low with the wheel. And locking up the whole pot.
She's betting it like she has ace, king, deuce.
And there's that aggression. Like you said, when you've got one of the boards locked up or one of the half pots locked up, you really want to play aggressive and try not to split it.
Hey, we got 2 ladies in the tournament. Miss
Hey.
Mary Ann played. She came in and she said, well, 500's a little expensive. And I
Yeah.
said, I get it, Miss Mary Ann. I said, we got a seat for you on the cash. And she sat down and played cash. And
Tell me she won.
Then she racked up about $200, $300 and headed on out. And she said, I'll see y'all next time, Charlie. And I said, yes, ma'am. Gave her a hug like I always do. And I was standing outside talking to Reese, and she pulls out of the parking lot, and you can see her turn out onto Cuthbert,
around, huh?
and she pulls around, and she turns back in the Ahua's parking lot, comes back, and I said, Miss Marianne, that was a quick see you later. She goes, I really want to play the Big O.
Hey.
And I said, okay, Miss Marianne.
Love to see that.
Only if you want to. She's actually really good at PLO,
She's a great player.
and
this-
she understands high-low.
Yeah, this game not very different from PLO. In fact, a couple of people that I've talked to have called it 5-card PLO before.
There's another one of those hands, 4 diamonds and a heart with the suited aces.
And 3 spades right to the right of that for easy money and Joni.
Oh, look at this, 4-4-3-3-2. That's so.
Who's shuffling these cards?
As bad as of a hand as that is, that's a great hand to play.
That is.
Because if an ace comes on the flop, considering the fact, I can't think of the word.
He's calculating math right now.
No, I was trying to say, assuming 3 low cards come,
Right.
you've got almost an uncounterfeitable at that point, and that's why Daryl did make that call.
That's true.
He's double paired, looking. He's got double quad draw. Look at that.
That's right. Yeah, you could look at it as double quad draw.
Watch the flop come 4-4-3 and the turn come a 3. And so this is one of those scenarios where you don't like those hands anymore. But I love Joni's hand right there. She's got 8-9 Jack Queen. So an 8 comes, she's got a big straight. 9 comes, she's got a bigger straight.
Jack comes, she's doing all right for the draw.
And she just does not want to see a spade. 6 spades out in 2 people's hands. 7 spades out in the cards. 9 spades total. 4 remain in the deck.
Isn't it crazy how that happens? And look at this. Joni keeping up the aggression. She stays aggressive. $2,500.
That's what's so hard about Joni to read, because in Hold'em, she's very, very passive.
Right.
But in this game, she's balls to the walls. And just like that, that's how the equity can flip.
Yep. Craig now full house. 10s full of 7s.
Craig really wants a 10 or an ace.
And he really wants a double up, throwing the rest of his chips in the middle here. 9,300 chip bet, 27,000 in the pot.
So this bet right here, what that bet says is I have the nuts right now.
Yep.
Which he does.
He does.
And it also screams, I don't have a low.
Very good read. Very
yeah,
good.
I don't have a low. He's got ace-7, but there's no chance for him to have a low, because if a 2 comes on the board, he's got a 4-card low. That does not make it. And he's all in, and there's a call by Joni. Joni does not have a low
She's drawing that
either.
for the low.
She is drawing 0-0.
And the deuce does give Joni the flush. Unfortunately, Craig already had a full house on the turn.
No low.
No low.
That's not very often you see that in Big O. 2 people go to the showdown, 3 cards activate the 8 or lower, and nobody has the low. Look at that. This table just got crazy. Mr. Slate is joining in the action, and he is going to be live this hand.
What a guy. What a character at the table. This is one of those moments I really wish we had mics.
You can't bluff him.
No. I really wish we had mics at the table so we could hear some of the table talk, but things are in the works. I don't want to speak too soon, but we might be seeing some changes here coming. And it looks like we are going to be moving on here. A lot of these players doing well, but as it sits, we still have a couple of players below starting stack. And here we go, Frankie. I like this hand here. Couple of jacks, couple of spades. He's got the deuce for the low, which really is not going to help him too much, but he is holding a low blocker, I guess you could say. Yeah. And Landon, though, he's got the ace deuce 4 for the low, 46% for the low. A flop comes out 9-6 tray. And we are 7 ways to the flop. Looks like a family pot. This is the first one that we've seen. Well, actually, there is a hand in the muck, it looks like. So not quite a family pot, but the closest that we've seen, 7,000 in that family pot, now that the blinds are up to 300, 600. Landon keeping up the aggression, betting 1,400. He's getting a call out of Ruben, getting a call out of Mr. Slate. And a 5 on the turn, a 5 of clubs. Landon with the club draw, but only baby clubs. Slate holding the 7 of clubs. Landon, no luck to get to that straight flush, though. That elusive straight flush, though he does have the check mark for the low. Ace 2, 3, 4, 5. He's got the wheel. And Landon pushes all in. And just like Charlie was saying, that says, I've got the nuts, but I do not have a high. And with a board like this, that may be a little more transparent for some of these players. Slate makes the call, 71% to win the high hand, but Landon still has a fair amount of equity. If he makes a flush, there it is. Landon locks it up. Slate, unfortunately, dealt a devastating blow down to 7,700 chips. Landon right near 50K after pulling in that pot. Dorkies? And there we go. We've got a new chip champion here after that pot. It takes a little bit of patience. It takes a little bit of choosing your spots. Landon up near 50K. Ruben just behind that at 47,000. Landon seems like he made all his winnings there in that one pot. Ruben has been winning several smaller pots in order to get up to that level. Blind still 300, 600. Craig, King 9 tray, gets out of the way. Slate, short stacked. Looking down at 3 diamonds. Daryl going to come along for the ride here. Ace deuce tray looking for the low and a pair of jacks helping him out. Landon throwing some of those newly found chips right in the middle, making that 1,600 chip call. Joni out of the small blind getting a discount. And Frankie, same story. Getting a discount comes along. We are 5 ways to the flop, 8,000 in the center. Our dealer here, Josh, one of my favorite dealers, making some change. Throwing out a board. That one comes Queen, 7-4, Rainbow. Daryl highest equity for the low hand. Frankie, highest equity for the high hand, but Ruben is right behind him at 22% compared to Frankie's 23%. And Daryl bets 4,000. Ruben is the only caller. That 10 makes the low a little less likely here. Just Daryl and Ruben. Daryl with the option, thinking about, do I check or bet? He does opt to check. Ruben holding a pair of aces, holding a king, holding a 9. Couple of straight possibilities. Ooh, there's another 10. Ruben gets the check mark with his over pair. And check, check on the river. Ruben dragging that pot. 16,000 in the middle, 10,000 of which is profit. We got any Ruben fans in the chat. Who are you rooting for? Let me know about it. Now Ruben up to 57K. I believe that makes him the chip leader. Taking a look at the chip stacks, 57.8 thousand for Ruben, Landon at 47.4 thousand. Slate and Joni, unfortunately crippled. Now at the bottom of the chip stack count, 7,700 for Slate, Joni at 5,700. Daryl and Frankie right there in the middle. Craig still up over starting stack after doubling up. 5 cards coming out to each player. 5 cards coming out on the board. A game of high variance. Slate betting 2,000, 2,800. The maximum raise. Raising pot right there. A total of 4,000 in the middle. Landon looking down at the ace-6 for the low. Suited with an ace-queen up high. Does make that 2,800 chip call. He's got one of the bigger stacks at the table. Using that stack, it looks like, to play a fairly large pot. Craig, 2,000 to call. Getting a discount out of the big blind does make it happen. He's got jacks, the 9-5-4. Slate with the suited ace-deuce. Landon with the suited ace-6. Josh with 3 cards on the board, 9-8-2. Craig looking down. He's got a pair of 9s. He's got a pair of jacks. He's got 4 and 5 for the low, potentially. Not feeling too good about that. Slate with the ace-deuce 5. And it looks like Slate goes all in for the rest of it. Landon makes the call, a snap call right there. Craig, a decision to make. He's got exactly 30,000 in his stack right now after committing a few chips into that pot. Right at starting stack. And just like that, we are heads up all in. Slate at risk for his tournament life. A 5 on the turn and a king on the river. Slate, our first casualty here of the featured table. And his chips going to Landon. Now let's get a count of those chips. Speaking of which, Landon at 58,000. Now the chip leader, Ruben, 57.8 thousand. Easy money, still above starting stack. Craig, look at this. A square right there showing off his profits and or losses. Interesting. Right at even, though we have made it through a couple of levels. Who are you rooting for at home? Got a couple of Craig fans. Got a couple of Frankie fans. Couple of Joni fans in the chat. Got some representation. Who's cheering for Landon? Ruben. Easy money. All three players at the top of the leaderboard. And we are folding around. Joni looks down at ace, ace, queen, queen, jack. A suited ace, jack. A suited ace, queen. Talk about a high hand right there. She raises it up to 2,800, the maximum. You can raise it up pre-flop. The maximum she could have raised it up pre-flop in that spot. Of course, any caller will add. It is a pot limit game, so you can add up to the size of the pot. If the pot's bigger, you can bet more. Frankie, 2,800 to call. Gets out of the way. Craig now with the decision out of the small blind. Flop 10, 9, 8. Joni looking around. Not a whole lot of chips left in her stack. Craig throwing out some of those chips. Looks like puts Joni all in. And there she goes, all in to call. She makes the call. Our dealer, Josh, one of my favorite dealers, getting a chip count here. Making some change, making the pot right. All cards must come up. This is a tournament. Both players now know exactly what they're up against. A 4 of spades on the turn and a 5 of spades on the river. Chop pot. Chopped for the high. Both players making that straight, that queen jack. And there is another chop pot. Never what you want when you are all in. But Joni remains in the tournament. A couple of Joni fans. I can hear them cheering. A couple of Joni fans in the chat. Now let me know who you're rooting for. I'm showing a couple of people watching. And here we go. Moving on. Hand number 37. Oh, no. Hand number 38 has just begun. Landon under the gun. King, queen, 10, 9, 5. Good couple of high cards. Not really much for the low. This is our $10,000 guaranteed Big O tournament. We don't often bring Big O, but when we do, we live stream it. So we thank you for watching, having a great time doing the live stream. Keeping up with this poker action. Having a little bit of trouble with our card reader, it looks like. $10,000 in the prize pool as of now. But we do still have registration open, and that prize pool is going to continue to grow. I wouldn't be surprised to see us double that. And of course, we'll have to wait and see officially what comes up. But again, I would not be surprised. And we've got a couple more tournaments this weekend as well. Saturday, going to be a pretty good one. We've got our bounty tournament. We've got some big things coming for next week. Next month. If you like bounties, make sure to check that out. That's going to be a lot of fun. We just got our flyers in. They have not been distributed yet. Nothing is official. I don't want to speak too soon, but it got me excited. It seems like it's going to be pretty cool for the players as well. So come check that out. Sunday, of course, our last qualifier for the $10,000 tournament. That one will be a no-limit hold'em tournament. $10K in the prize pool, $35. $35 to play in the qualifier for that tournament. Make sure to check that out. You get one re-entry, but you can bag multiple times. So if you've already won one of our qualifiers, you got a seat at our $10,000 tournament, come by and play, trying to get another seat. I know our 1-2 staple, Mr. Basil, has already bagged, still been working on getting his second bag going for that tournament. All players will start out with the same amount of chips, but if you bag twice, you'll be able to purchase an additional stack of chips. And Joni looking down at the ace, queen, 9-8 tray. The ace tray, suited ace 9, suited 8 tray. Frankie with the rockets and the pocket deuces in tow. A suited ace 6 for Frankie. Flop comes out king, 5, 3, 2 diamonds. Neither player holding diamonds. We are heads up for the first time in a while for this pot. Frankie bets enough to put Joni all in. Joni says, no thanks, see you later. I'll pick a better spot. And just like that, Frankie back above starting stack. Joni dangerously low. And we are switching dealers. Taking a look at the chip stacks right here. Landon still at the top. Right near double starting stack, 59.5 thousand. Joni at the bottom end of that, 2,900. A little over 3 big blinds. Every chip counts, just like Charlie was saying. And Joni could use a couple of those at this point. But if she doubles up and then doubles up again, she will be pretty competitive here. Though it does feel like options are slim at this point. You never know with a game like Big O. Or Congress, if you want to call it that. Not exactly sure where that name comes from. Pretty interesting. It's sometimes called President's Cabinet, I'm reading right now. Pretty interesting. Interesting. Here we go. 3 ways off to the flop. Joni is all in. 9, 6, 5 on the flop. 2 players, still heads up for a side pot. 9,700 in the main pot at this point. Goes check, check. Ace of clubs right there on the turn. No player holding clubs. Darryl holding 1, but not enough for a flush. And a deuce of clubs rolls off. Joni gets the check mark for the high card. High hand, rather. Darryl and Landon would be splitting the low hand if they make it to showdown. Both players pretty aggressive, though. And there we go. Joni taking half of that pot. And Darryl and Landon splitting the other half. An interesting chop right there. It looks like there was a bet on the river, and they chopped that bet as well. Chopping the pot, making some change. That's Robert, one of my favorite dealers right there. Keeping everything accurate. 9,700 in that pot. Half of that going to Joni. That'll put Joni up to 4,800. Almost a full double up for Miss Joni. Getting her back into the competition. She is still alive. This Big O tournament. Now, if Charlie were here, he would say Landon needs all of that pot, hanging on to the 5-3, making it the showdown. And we are on to the next. Taking a look at the starting stacks now that they have been updated. Miss Joni still below 5,000 chips. 4,800. But she has made some progress. About 6 big blinds now. Not quite a full double up. She was just above 3, now at exactly 6. The button is getting ever closer to her, however. Landon still at the top, 58.8 thousand. Almost double the starting stack. Still relevant at these levels. Easy money, looking down at a pretty decent hand here. Ace, king, 10, 10, 9. No possibility of a low, but pretty good equity for that high. He's in the hijack, out of position. He just makes the call, as does Daryl. Landon getting a discount. And Ruben looks like he comes along for the ride. All diamonds on the flop. Landon holding the king 4 of diamonds. He checks. Ruben checks. There's the ace of diamonds. Landon now knows he's got the nut diamonds. He's going to bet. Looks like pot. Or close to it. Easy money thinking about it. He's got a pair of aces. He's got a 10 of diamonds. He's got a pair of 9s. He's got some boat outs. Potentially drawing to a full house. No low on this board, at least not yet. There's the queen. Cementing this being a high board. It looks like it checks on the river. Landon dragging that pot. The rich get richer. 64.2 thousand. Easy money. Looking patient. Looking ready to get some new cards. Looking like he's going to be finding his next spot very strategically. And here's a look at our VPIP. Still very high. This is voluntarily put in pot. This is how many times do you put chips in the pot when you don't need to? The only times you really need to is in the blinds or antes. We are not playing antes at this level. 78% for Craig. Landon, the chip winner at 63%. Tying Joni. Interesting fact. The highest chip count and the lowest chip count at our featured table as of now. Craig making the fold. Easy money. Looks down at a suited ace-jack with a 4 tray in tow. He's going to raise it up to 1,600. A min click. Very effective in tournaments. Joni, queen, queen, 10, 6, 4 makes the call. Getting a discount out of the big blind. We are 3 ways to the flop. Easy money, the favorite to win pre-flop. After the flop, though, notice those numbers really bouncing around down to just 18% for the high, 23% for the low. Easy money makes a pair of aces. Pretty decent wrap for the Broadway draw. Landon, set of kings with a pair of queens. Joni with a set of queens makes an all-in bet for her tournament life. Gets one fold. Landon throws in chips. And he shows a set of kings. Joni still could win. She does have equity in this hand. Not drawing dead just yet. The deuce of spades, though, no help for her. Finally, the 10 comes off. Landon will chip up at Joni's expense. Miss Joni, the second elimination of our featured table. And you see actually Slate sitting right back down again, right where he was. Coming back in. Let's see if Miss Joni decides to do the same. And here's a look at our win percentages. We've got Slate back in here. Looks like he is down 1,200 in his second stack. And we are still doing registration. Come out and see us. You can have a chance to win our Big O tournament. Got a couple of viewers here. Where are you watching from? Who are you rooting for? I don't know. Maybe it's too much to ask. What's your favorite Big O hand? There sure are a lot of them. Registration ends, I believe, at 9:05 p.m. Come check us out. Joni, with 30,000 fresh chips, looks down at Queen 10, 9, 8, 5. Pretty good wrap for the high end. Flop comes out. King 5 tray. Pot is 4,000. Check, check, check. Check, check, all around. Eight on the turn. 8 of spades. Darrell improves to a flush draw, notching out Craig's jack-high flush draw. Darrell still has a possibility of hitting the low. That 2 will chop up the low for Darrell and Frankie if they go to showdown. Joni, though, locking up the high for that pot with a straight, looks like. Is it just a pair of 5s? And it's just a pair of 5s. It can't feel good when you're Joni. Likely to fold there. Yep, and indeed she does. To Darrell's aggression. Craig with a decision now. He's got the best high hand with a pair of kings. And we are moving on to the next one. Fernando Castillo in the chat saying, "Sup, guys?" Hey, man, how you doing, Fernando? Good to see you in the chat. Who you rooting for today, buddy? Where are you watching from? And Megan in the chat as well saying, "No nonsense." You are not wrong. Big O is a poker player's variation of poker. A lot of high variance. A little bit of gambling. In a tournament like this, though, you see a lot of players, I think, take the low variance route and try to isolate as much as they can. Try to isolate those pots from being chopped. I'll see if I eat my words here in the next couple of hands. Easy money under the gun. Fernando working hard, getting paid. Love that, my man. We'll have to reserve you a seat next time we have this Big O tournament, buddy. Good to hear from you, man. Joni looking down. Ace, king, queen, all of clubs. Ruben, 10, 6, 5, 3, all of spades. Who's shuffling these cards? Robert pushing out a flop. King 7, 4. Joni looking at a pair of kings. And that is the best high hand so far. Craig looking at the best low hand so far with that ace deuce. And Ruben actually going to be the better here. Pretty decent low hand. 2, 3, 5, 6 right there. Pretty good low wrap when you see that 4 and the 7 come off. There's a 10 of hearts on the turn, giving Craig a flush draw here. Now, he is out of position in the big blind, so he does check his option, as does Landon. Ruben could keep up the pressure here, although it looks like he's got a tasty, tasty meal behind him. A 4 of clubs on the river. Now, Ruben actually with the highest hand for that straight. And Ruben gets the check mark. And Ruben stacking up some more chips. That 14,000 chip pot headed his way. Here's a look at the chip count. Ruben, 66.6K. Dethroning Landon as the chip leader, at least at our featured table right now. Easy money, 32.8K. Frankie, 29,000. Slate, 28.8 thousand. Joni, a fresh 28.2 thousand chips. Making moves. The blinds, speaking of which, are moving up. 501,000 now the blinds. That puts Ruben at only 66 big blinds, and Daryl at the bottom of our featured table chip stack at just 22.5 big blinds. Pretty comfortable chip stack for a tournament. And this is pot limit, so you can usually see a flop relatively cheap. Sometimes things get out of control, though. Goes pot, repot, re-repot. But we do not see that here. We've got a $1,000 blind. Daryl raising it up in the +1 position to 2,000 and getting a smattering of callers. Now Robert stacking up the chips. This is a split pot game, so it is proper form to stack the chips. 995 right there on the flop. Slate flopping quads. What is this about? Slate likely grateful he rebought. He's got a great opportunity to double up here, and it looks like Daryl's going to be betting for him. 2,500 is the size of that bet. Getting a couple of folds, though. Frankie out of there. Joni out of there. Craig out of there. We are now heads up. Slate even with a little equity to win the low hand. It is possible. There's a deuce. Now, unfortunately, Slate drawing dead for the low hand. Daryl checking his option. He's got the ace-4, which does feel a lot better. Now he's got the wheel, the nut low. Slate going to fire out a bet. Daryl perhaps Hollywooding a little bit with his low locked up. Does he choose to raise? Yes, he does. All in. Snap call from Slate. And Slate knows I've got the nut high. I'm calling anything. Daryl says I've got the nut low. I'm getting as many chips into the pot as I can. That is exactly what happened. 24,000 in that pot. Well, 29,000 when it all is said and done. That will be a chop. Both players profiting $5K. And as Charlie was mentioning, you try to get as many players in the pot as possible until you have the nuts on either the high or the low. And then you want to keep as many players in the pot as possible. In case you have to chop, you chop up their money. And we did see that multi-way pre-flop. And here we go, taking a look at these chip stacks now. Ruben, I believe, still on top. Yep, 66.6 thousand right now. Landon, 64,000. Craig, once again, at the bottom of the leaderboard, 23K. Still dangerous, though. Same with Joni in second to last place, 26.2K. Still dangerous. And that, Robert just handed Mr. Slate a voucher to be used in our qualifier on Sunday, the last qualifier of the month for our $10,000 tournament. That voucher good for 1,000 chips. Any buy into a tournament, any rebuy into a tournament will get you one of those vouchers. We hand them out like candy, so all you have to do is ask. Somebody will probably give you one or two of them. For 1,000 chips for the qualifier, and if you do qualify, that'll get you into our $10,000 Hold'em tournament. 7,000 in the pot on the way to the flop. By my count, 7 players to the flop. Ace 4-4. No quads this time, I don't think. Craig flopping trips, though. Well, the quad draw, potentially. And there's an ace turning things around. Landon now with aces full of 4s. Craig with 4s full of aces. And Landon looks like he throws out a bet. And he's going to drag that pot. 6,000 in profit going to Mr. Landon. Taking a look at the VPIP numbers. Always interesting to see in a tournament like this. 78% for Craig, 67% for Joni, 67% for Landon as well. When you get 5 cards, it's hard not to make connections in your mind and see the patterns there, see what could be, and see what the flop gives you. VPIP, a pretty good proxy for how many flops you see. How loose of a player are you? Mr. Slate at the bottom now at 37%. Somewhat of a newcomer to the table. A new for this buy, at least right now. 1,000 is the big blind right now, so players now have to call 1,000. You see those yellow chips? Those are 1,000 chips. Daryl, the stack of blues. Those are 100 chips. Looks like a couple of purples in play. Those are 500 chips. We got the yellow 1,000s. And we have the pink 5,000s. I don't believe we've rolled out the black 25,000s just yet. But it is only a matter of time. Frankie looking down at the aces with a 2-3 in tow as well as a queen. Great hand pre-flop. He is in the hijack position. He's going to call Daryl's 4,000 chip raise. Slate looking at a pair of 6s and Charlie's favorite 5-3. He's going to make the call as well. Looking like he's got a little gamble in him, out of position. Let's see what Slate's plan is here. His plan could be to flop quads. Unfortunately, he was one number off. He's got sixes in his hand. Flop comes out 7-7-9. Slate still with equity, but Darryl keeping up the betting lead. Only 19,000 in his chip stack. He bets 3,500 of that nearly 20,000. And Frankie making the call. He's got the overpair. He's got the low ace-ace-3. And there's the rest of it. Darryl throwing in those chips. He's got trip sevens. And a snap call from Frankie wearing his best poker-themed shirt. Love to see that. And here we go. All cards must come up. We see, looks like a 5 of clubs on the river. That'll split it up. Darryl taking the high half of that pot. Frankie with the low half of that pot. And let's take a look at these pre-flop raises. Not a whole lot of that happening in this game. Looks like the highest easy money at 28%. Though he has slowed down in these recent hands. Darryl at 17%, Joni 15%, Landon at just 6% PFR. Now, this percentage obviously does not include how often you call pre-flop. It's not how many flops do you see, it's how often are you the raiser before the flop. Pretty wide variety of numbers there, but the highest only 28%. Still not very high, especially when you consider our VPIP floating around 45 to 65% thereabouts. A couple of outliers on either end of that. Pot now begins at 1,500. Now the blinds are up to 1,500. Frankie, ace, king, king, jack, deuce, raising it up pre-flop. Speaking of PFR, not getting any callers. It's the first time we've seen that, I believe, so far at this featured table. And now our stack sizes coming through here. Landed 68.1 thousand. Ruben 65.6 thousand. Not too far behind Frankie at 31,000. Easy money, right below that starting stack of 30K. Slate, same story. Craig and Joni at the bottom for now. But anything could happen. Craig at 22.6K and Miss Joni at 25.2K. With those blinds creeping up, though, every pot is going to matter. And again, they start out at 1,500 in the pot. So your pot size raise could be a little higher than it was previously. Miss Joni under the gun here. Ace 8, 7, 6, deuce. A suited ace from Miss Joni. She makes the call. Frankie getting out of the way. Craig coming along for the ride. Landon throwing out a bunch of blues. Making the call for 1,000. Throwing out 10 blues. Oh, no, it does look like he raised up to 2,000. That was a lot of blues there. Ruben making the call for 2K. Or is it 3K? Our graphics a little slow today. We're having some computer issues. We thank you for sticking with us after we did lose signal earlier. I guess that thunderstorm or rain or whatever it is out there right now may be messing with our connection. Yeah, it is a 3,000 chip raise initiated by Ruben. And we are off to a flop. Queen 6 tray. Ruben now with the option. He's got his pair of aces working for him, one of which is suited with the 4 of spades, giving Ruben the flush draw. Miss Joni says, no way, not for me, not this time. She folds to Ruben's 7,000 chip bet. Craig with the decision has not committed chips just yet. He does have a pair of queens, and he does have the 2 and the 4 working for him for the low. Only 12% to win that low, though. Ruben, much higher equity for the low. Landon, though, with the highest equity for the high. Slate makes the call. Landon gets out of the way. We are now heads up. That turn, a king of hearts. Slate making a pair of kings. Still got a couple of low cards working for him, but Ruben, much better low cards. And actually even better high cards at this point. He's got the flush draw. He's got the overpair. He bets out 15,000. A big, nearly half pot size bet. Slate with a decision to make. He's only got 18,000 behind. This would be almost all of his chips. Not likely a calling spot. Shove or fold are his options. And he does elect on the second. He does elect to fold. Ruben taking down another one. 84.6K in Ruben's stack. Making the right bluffs at the right time. Catching the right cards at the right time. Slate looks unhappy with that one. The way it turned out. Of course, it's much nicer to drag a pot than it is to let loose your cards. Ruben up 54,000 over his starting stack. Landon up 35,000. Miss Joni now at the bottom of the winnings chart, down 37.5 thousand. And Slate down 11.2K. As Slate and Joni have both rebought. Joni's numbers showing her first buy in addition to her second buy because she rebought at the table. Looks like Mr. Slate rebought at the counter. Players, you got the option of both. And if you want to come in, register for this tournament. You still got time. You still got about 20 minutes left on registration. So if you live in Odessa, hurry up. If you live in Midland, you should be able to make it on time. We've got a couple of seats for you. Chip stacks showing off a wide variety there, all the way up to 84,000, all the way down to 17,000. Frankie under the gun. Ace, King, Jack, 8-8. Not a bad starting hand. Not terrible. A couple of Broadway cards in there. Same story for Craig. A couple of Broadway cards there and a pair of 5s rather than Frankie's pair of 8s. Easy money looking down at a pair of 9s. With a King 10. He lets it go. Not a fan of that suited king, it looks like. Darryl letting his hand go. Players are beginning to tighten up as these blinds increase. Each chip becomes more and more valuable. At the beginning of the tournament, usually you play a little bit looser, try to build up a starting stack, try to build up some early momentum, but right now, things are tightening up. Queen 9-4 on the flop. 2 hearts. Ruben holding the ace-high flush draw, the nut flush draw. Craig holding a couple of hearts of his own. Action is on him. He's kind of looking down, thinking about it. He's got some options here. He does have the pair of 5s. Not a huge chance at making the low. Landon bets out 5,000 chips and gets folds almost all around. Looks like Ruben makes the call here. And we're going off to a turn. A 7 of diamonds. Landon now with the flush draw. Both players holding a nut flush draw. Both players with some fairly decent low cards, though Landon does notch Ruben's hand with the ace deuce low. Ruben's got the ace tray low. I just noticed this. Ruben actually holding threes. If he could use all the cards in his hand, he'd have threes full of queens. But, of course, it doesn't work that way. Ruben lets go after Landon bets. Landon going to take another pot down. 30,000 chips headed his way, 9,000 of which are profit. And we're moving on to the next hand here. VPIP slowly dwindling down. We've still got Craig at 76%. Whole lot of 5-card hands that Craig likes. Joni not too far behind at 66%. In between them, Landon, 68%. Frankie and Daryl tying at 57%. And Slate all the way at the bottom, if you can call it that, 41% VPIP. Interesting couple of stacks here. We've got a good variation in stacks right now as these chips come off. 18,000 in Craig's stack. Easy money looking down at 3 kings. Not likely to play that out of position. And Craig gets out of the way. Oh, wait a second. Easy money wants to gamble. I like to see it. Landon in the pot. Ruben in the pot. Joni getting some decent odds. 2,500 to call. She does elect to fold, as does Frankie. There it goes. That pot stacked right there. Jack, tray on the board. 2 diamonds, easy money. Holding a king-high diamond draw. Ruben holding an ace-high diamond draw. Ruben's flush draw is better than easy money's. And his low draw is better. But they're at an even 50% for the high hand. And there's a jack right there on the turn. Ruben now trips. Trip jacks. No full house here. He has to use 2 cards from his hand. But he is still 90% for the high hand. That jack does eliminate the possibility of a low hand popping up. Ruben making a big bet. Easy money. Really thinking about it. I wonder if he thinks he can win this on the river. He may try to bluff. There's diamonds. Easy money does make a flush. A king-high flush. Out of position. No low hand here. Double paired board. Easy money goes all in. This could be our next elimination here. He is at risk. Ruben with the nut flush. He's got 3 jacks. A double paired board. This is quite the decision for 13,000 more chips. You would have to commit a fairly sizable portion, almost 25% of his stack. And he does. Ruben makes the correct call and eliminates easy money while dragging many thousands of chips his way. Ruben picking up 34K in profit out of that 65,000 chip pot. Easy money, our next victim here of the Big O tournament here at KoJack's. You see easy money reaching for his wallet. Looks like he's going to be coming back in. We are still registering, I think, for about another 10 minutes or so. So come out and see us. You got 10 minutes to get here. Hurry up. We've also got a couple of cash games running. Got a couple of 5 on the button games. It looks like we were trying to get a 1-2 game at last check. And then I believe, actually, we may have Charlie joining us again once we get past registration. Always nice to have Charlie in the booth. He brings a lot of energy, a lot of commentary, a lot of strategy, and a lot of dad jokes. If you heard him earlier, I guess get ready. We got a couple more dad jokes on the way. Slate looking down at pocket aces and pocket nines with a jack in between. A suited ace of clubs. He is going to make the 1,500 call. We are seeing our blinds moving up. 1,500, 500 are the new blind levels. That means the pot begins at 2K. Craig, a whole lot of sevens. What is that, a jackpot? Out of the big blind. And here is a flop of 5-5 deuce. Ruben with a pair of deuces. And a very good straight wrap. No ace in his hand, though. A 4 on the turn gives Ruben the nut low. Slate not holding enough low cards to make that happen, though he is holding 2 aces. No full house for Craig. You have to use 2 cards out of your hand. Frankie checks. Craig checks. Slate checks. Ruben bets. Looks like a cool 2,000. Getting a couple of folds around. Slate getting out of there. Landon getting out of there. Ruben drags another pot. 7,500 more chips headed his way. The final card, a deuce. And we're moving on. Stack sizes are starting to fluctuate as we get towards the end of registration. You still got a couple of minutes. If you haven't made it out yet, hurry up. Come out and play some Big O. Ruben, top of the chip leaderboard at the featured table. 118,000 chips. Landon, 71K. Slate now back down to 15.5 thousand. Craig at 17,000, but one hand could turn that around. Slate under the gun. 15,000 in his stack, 1,500 to call. Looks at ace, queen, 10, 8, 5. He does make the call, as does Landon. Ruben coming along. Seems like Ruben cannot lose, so what's another hand here? Relatively decent position in the hijack for Ruben. Frankie on the button makes the call as well. Ace, king, jack, 6, 4. And we are off to a flop 6 ways, 9,000 in that pot already. Jack 7, 7 on the board. Frankie making a pair of jacks. Craig with a pair of 9s to go along with his pair of 7s. Easy money, a pair of 3s. Now Ruben has the highest equity for the low hand. That 8 will help things out for him. He's got the ace, deuce, 4, 6 working for him. And a 5 comes on the river. Easy money with the check mark. He's got that flush. Ruben with the check mark low. And speaking of checks around pretty decently. Ruben wins another one. Hey, what's another 5 cards? Why not? And there's Charlie handing out those vouchers like candy. Our last entry, our last qualifier on Sunday. Come out and see us if you can't come out today. That qualifier is No Limit Hold'em. Eddie, hurry up. I believe 9:05 is the cutoff, but if you make it here in time, we may be able to swing it. Don't quote me on that. I believe 9:05. It may be a little bit later. Hurry up and come check us out. Big O is on the books right now. Big O on the menu. 5 card, high, low. A lot of variants, as you can imagine. And we are limited to 8-handed in a game like this just because so many cards come off. 5 on the board, 5 in each player's hand. 1 card short. 2 cards short of having a 9-handed game getting to the river. What is this? 7 ways to the flop? 10K in the pot? We haven't even seen a board yet. 1 fold. And Jason runs out of board. 7, 6, 4. Frankie's got to like that one. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Jack, Queen. 7 cards straight for Frankie. Of course, you can only, I'm joking, you can only use 2 cards out of your hand. So Frankie not actually with a straight quite yet. Slate throws out a bet. 10,500, a full pot-sized bet. Craig with a decision to make here. He does have a decent low hand. 2, 4, 6 with the ace. And he shoves all in. Not that much behind. He puts his additional 4,000 chips in the middle to make that call. Easy money making the call as well. Easy money, a big favorite for the high hand with his already made straight. And a higher straight redraw as well. That'll put Slate all in. And he does make the call. We are 2 players all in and at risk. Easy money. Basically free rolling for this. A Queen of Hearts on the river. Easy money actually improves to a flush. He gets the check mark. Craig and Slate will be chopping the low. And the rich get richer. Easy money, adding on 10,000 chips to his stack after that pot. And thanks for watching. I got a couple of longtime viewers here, it looks like. I'm reading several in the audience right now. If you've been with us since the beginning, put one of those B's in the chat. Let me know. We've been going for a little while now. Almost 3 hours. We'll have to give you a badge or something in the chat. We've still got a lot of chips in play, and it looks like even more chips. The registration is filling up pretty rapidly, so hurry up. Come out and play. I believe we are on a 15-minute delay here in the booth, but I believe we have just entered our first break. See a lot of people walking around, stretching their legs. By my count, that means we've got maybe about 10 or 15 minutes left in registration. I don't have the official clock in here right now. Landon looking down at the aces. Ace, king, and 6 of spades. Raises it up. Craig also looking at the aces. That is 4 aces in 2 players' hands. That's good enough to put Craig all in. And that's good enough for Landon to call. Likely going to a chopped high. Jack 7-4. There's the deuce. Craig pulling ahead ever so slightly. And it is split. And just like that, both players adding on 1,000. Craig, maybe not the best outcome for him. Puts a hand to the face. A little worrisome for his tournament life. Our dealer Jason making the change. Splitting the pot. Shuffling the cards. Dealing out lots of aces on that last hand. Who's shuffling these cards? Now we'll take a look at the VPIP numbers, which are slowly dwindling for most of the players here at this table. Craig at 76% is actually a little bit higher than last check. Landon at 70%. And Joni at 60%. Frankie it's sitting at 58%, and Slate at 47%. Not the biggest range of numbers here. But it's hard to fold when you get to look at 5 cards before you even see a flop. Blinds are still 500, 1,500, so pots begin at 2,000. And Joni begins with the queen 6-5-4 deuce and begins with a fold. Craig looking down at queen 9-8-7-3. Couple of hearts, couple of spades. Looks like he throws out a raise. Easy money. Getting out of there. Slate. Also short stacked. Goes all in looking at pocket aces. With a 3 in tow. Not suited. Daryl makes the call. Oh, no. Daryl shoves on top. All in for 23,000 thereabouts with ace-king, 9-4-3. That's good enough to get Landon out of there. And Ruben, the big stack at the table, the chance to bust 2 players, does elect to fold. Instead, Craig makes the call. Now we do have 3 pots here, a main pot and 2 sides. All these players have different chip counts. Jason, our dealer, pretty adept at doing the math. There's 2 pots accounted for, it looks like. And the third one out there on the side goes to Daryl already. He's the only one that has both players covered. Players turn over their hand. A lot of pointing. A little spectacle. Slate flops trips. And a set. No, not a set. And a pair of 3s. 5 on the river. Slate locks up the high hand. He's going to drag that 43,000 chip pot. Daryl takes his change back. And the other pots both go to Slate. Oh, my mistake. No, Daryl gets one of the pots. And Slate gets 37,500 out of those chips. Breathing some life into Slate's tournament life. And Craig, unfortunately, eliminated. Though we are still in registration, it looks like he's racing off to the chip counter to rebuy. And we are moving on. Taking a look at these chip counts here. We do have another elimination. Mr. Craig out of there. Likely rebuying. Daryl at 14K. Joni at 20K. Ruben at 123K. And Joni, under the gun, looks down at Queen 8-4-3 deuce, getting out of there. Frankie, pocket kings with an ace. A suited ace, no less. Easy money. Gets out of there. Landon, looks like he makes the call. Ruben coming along for the ride. We are 3 ways to the flop. Queen 10 deuce. Landon flopping a set of queens. He's got a pair of 10s as well. Not likely to make the low on this board. Turn card of 5. Frankie got a pair of 5s to go along with his pair of kings, but he's also got the flush draw as well as the low draw. Landon makes a big bet. Looks like Frankie shoves. Landon calls. Landon throwing out one of those bets. I've got the nuts. I've got close to it. I want this pot now. A deuce on the river. Landon boats up. And he will scoop that pot. 94,000 in his chip stack total after winning 50K out of that pot. Tony, what's up, my man? How are you? We are at KoJack's in Midland. We are right near on Cuthbert and Midkiff, I believe. Right on the corner there. We are having a good time here. I believe registration just closed, unfortunately. But come out and see us. Tony, we've got a couple of cash games rolling right now. believe we've got 5 on the button. We might have a 1-2. We've got 6 players here at the featured table right now. After that last doozy of a hand, Frankie eliminated. Tony's dog's named KoJack. That's a good name, buddy. Just got done watching the live stream at the Reserve. Hey, well, thanks for tuning into our live stream. We're having a good time streaming some Big O, $10,000 guarantee. But I wouldn't be surprised to see us climb up over 15K. Might even get close to 20K. Have to wait for the official numbers. We are getting close to our first break where registration ends. We count up the prize pool and announce it, so I'll have to check on that here in the next couple of minutes. I might even update the title. 994 on the flop. Landon makes trips. Trip 9s, as does Daryl. Daryl goes all in, and Landon makes the call. Looks like they're going to be chopping that high board, though Landon is free rolling. He's got the pair of kings to go along with it. Daryl holding one of those kings. Tony, what kind of dog you got? What type of dog is KoJack? And my friend just got a, is it a red nose pit bull, a pink nose pit bull? Very cute. About 5 months old. No, this is just pot limit. Husky lab mix. I love huskies, man. Love huskies. I'm allergic to everything with hair, but the only dog or cat or horse or whatever that I've not been allergic to was a husky named Sia. Good choice, my friend. And a pit as well. Very cool. Pits get a bad rap, but they are very, they got puppy dog eyes, you know? Yeah, this is pot limit. Big O, 5-card high-low. We are in Midland, Texas. Midland, Texas, right off Cuthbert and Midkiff, somewhere around there. Right on the corner, rather. We're in the strip mall on the corner. Come out and check us out, Tony. I think registration just ended for the Big O tournament. But we do have some cash games running. Up in Toledo. That's quite the drive. We'll hold a seat for you on Thursday. Holy Toledo. Easy money under the gun here. Couple of hearts, couple of diamonds. Well, if you're ever out this way, Tony, tell them Chase sent you. I'll give you some kind of freebie, whatever we're offering for that month. If you ever make it out to Midland, Texas, hey, it's called Texas Hold'em. Come out and check us out. Joni just flopping a full house. Easy game here. Jack's full of aces. Easy money, though. Also, flopping the same full house. Likely to see a chopped high pot. That 5 could spell a low, for which Joni is drawing live. Easy money betting out 3,000. Joni with a decision, 3,000 to call. Instead, she raises. It looks like easy money just plopping out some chips there, enough to put Joni all in, if my eyes are correct. Yep, Joni all in to call. And she throws the rest of her chips in. They're going to be chopping the top pot. Joni drawing live for the low pot. A 9 of hearts on the river will make that a chop pot. Miss Joni walks away with 800 more chips. Tony's got $1 million guarantee going on. Wow, unbelievable. $600 buy-in. That's pretty cheap for something like that. $200K for first. Yeah, that's one to make next time, buddy. Quite the prize pool. Yeah, we're working on our 10K guaranteed Big O tournament here, which it could be close to 20K. I'll have to get the official numbers. And we will post, of course, the prize pool as soon as we get that officially done. $1 million prize pool, though. Unbelievable. Is that, Tony, is that a Hold'em game? I would assume. But you know what happens when you assume. A couple of players getting out of their seats. Miss Joni won the pot, standing up. That means she's not eliminated. Looks like a break to me. Yeah, no limit hold'em. Very cool, very cool. I might have to get up to Toledo. Check out the poker scene over there. Looks like it's booming. Doing pretty good. $1 million guarantee. Now we are coloring up the blue chips. With that, we're going to put the Joining the game here. We got the last couple of cards coming out. Josh now dealing, one of my favorite dealers here. We've got Miss Joni back in. Newcomer Rudy in the red hoodie. Rudy sitting in seat number 7. And it looks like Mr. Frankie did not make the cutoff for registration. Rudy with a pretty nice size stack right there. 66,000 in that stack. Flop comes out, King, Jack, 10. Slate making a set. Rudy all but has Broadway. He does have a straight. Oh, there's the 10. Slate boats up, gets the check mark. A queen on the river, queen of spades. And Slate will win this pot if it goes to showdown. Slate throws out a half pot size bet. He does want to call here, and he knows that. Sitting on the second nuts. Only beat by quad 10s. The fact that Rudy hasn't snap called tells Slate he doesn't have the quad 10s. And Rudy folds face up. Slate turns over his hand, shows off the king, says, I got the goods. A lot of clubs in that hand, but hey, that works sometimes. Now let's check on those stack sizes here. Joni at 18,000. That last check before the break. She dragged a pot. And now she's sitting at 18,000. Blinds are 2,000. So she's got about 9 big blinds. Still enough to make things happen, but not exactly comfortable. And we thank you for joining us. Got a couple of viewers on YouTube, a couple of viewers on Twitch. Our Facebook stream, though, is dry. So, hey, share this stream with your friends. Let me know where you're watching from. We got Tony from Toledo. Toledo, Tony. Thanks for checking in with us. We got Eddie in the chat. Fernando Castillo at work. It's okay to slack off at work if you're watching our KoJack's live stream, especially when it's a $10,000 guaranteed Big O tournament. Now, we did get about 18,000 in the prize pool, almost doubling that prize pool guarantee. Check us out. And we're going to be streaming all the way through this whole tournament, through the live table, through the final table live. All right, multi-way to the flop. Landon thrown out a bet of 8,000, a pot-sized bet. Slate with a decision to make. 40K in his stack. He's thinking about it. He gets out of the way, as does Rudy, and Landon lands a pot, picking up 16,000 more chips, 6,000 of which are profit. Multi-way pre-flop, good way to build that pot. Here's a look at the stack sizes once again. Landon right on top, 131,000 in his stack. Ruben at 115. Newcomer Rudy at 62. Slate at 40,000. Easy money at 33K. Daryl at 24. And Joni at 18,000. Got some big hitters here in this Big O tournament. Some very accomplished poker players playing this thing. We've also got 2 cash tables running right now. So if you like No Limit Hold'em a little better than Big O, that's okay. We got you covered. If you like Big O a little bit better than No Limit Hold'em, we might have some things in the works for the next month. Stay tuned. Check us out on our website. If we haven't published our calendar for the upcoming month yet, we will do so shortly. All right, we're moving on. This is hand number 64. Joni first to act. A suited ace-9 with a 5 in tow and a pair of 6s. She does call the 2000. Folds around. Slate getting out of the way. Rudy jumping in there. With a raise up to 6,500. Joni makes the call. She likes her suited ace and her pocket 6s. Daryl moving over to seat number 3, it looks like. Seat number 4, technically. He's got the AKJ 8-4. Queen 4 deuce comes out on the flop. Rudy's hand now best with a pair of queens. And Rudy bets. He continues the aggression. He's betting with the best hand. Still has a draw to the low. But Joni has a better draw to the low. Well, until she folds. And Daryl is encouraged to fold as well. That'll give Rudy another pot. 33,000 chips headed his way, 16,000 of which are profit. Hey, Tony, the buy-in for the tournament was $520. We got a lot of registries, enough to kick our prize pool up over the $18,000 mark. We live stream about every Thursday. This Thursday is special. We've got our Big O tournament. But most Thursdays we run Charlie's game, running a 1-2 live stream. That 1-2 $200 cap gets absolutely wild. We always say, we always throw out a guess as to who's going to make it to $1,000 first. And there is almost always someone getting up to $1,000. At a $200 cap 1-2 game, that's crazy. But it is a lot of fun, a lot of players having a good time. We get some newbies, we get some regulars, and everybody has a good time. We appreciate you checking us out, Tony, by the way. Thank you, Toledo Tony, for jumping into the chat. And Rudy, with the pocket aces, going to raise it up pre-flop. Looks like he gets no callers. And there you go, aggression, winning another pot. Now, Charlie is sometimes, most of the time, my co-host. He did put on his own 1-2 game on Thursday, and that is our typical live stream game. Today, again, a little bit special with this $10,000 guaranteed tournament. $18K in the prize pool. Somebody's going to go home happy today. Somebody's going to go home real happy. The blind's now 1,000, 2,000. Easy money looking down under the gun. King 10, 10, 5, 5. Double paired, double suited. He's going to raise it up to 6,000. Rudy's going to come along for the ride. Landon making the call as well as Ruben and Joni. Daryl saying, no way, too rich for my blood, even with the big blind discount. He does not want to play out of position. Now that registration has ended, I think players are going to tighten up a little bit. Couple of kings on the flop, along with a deuce, easy money, making trip kings. Checks around To the turn, another 9 comes off, a 9 of hearts, completing the rainbow board. Easy money, betting 10,000 with his trip kings. Folds to Ruben, who also makes the fold. Tony, talking about the club he goes to, running a 5-10-20 Hold'em cash game every Tuesday. 500 min, 3K max. Match the stack. Yeah, it ends over 45,000 on the table. That is unbelievable. Our typical game here is called $5 on the button. Instead of having a small blind and a big blind, we just do one blind on the button. So action remains the same, pre-flop and post-flop, unless, of course, we get a straddle. Sometimes we'll get double, triple straddles. Everything's bigger in Texas, is what they say, and that $5 on the button game certainly is much bigger than you would think. It does not play like a 2-5. It plays more like a 5-10 game. And it gets pretty crazy. It gets pretty crazy. We've had days with 45,000 on the table. A lot of action out here. I wouldn't say that's the norm, though. But that's unbelievable. Big games out there in Toledo. I might have to check that out. Tony, yeah, it is interesting, especially for beginners, because the action doesn't change pre and post flop. And, you can kind of make it play like a 2-5, which is somewhat beginner friendly as far as buy-ins and things go. Off to another pot. Easy money dragging this one here with his flush draw. Now, I'm not going to say the $5 on the button format was invented here at KoJack's, but I have not heard anybody claim it before we did. Tony, I'll have to check out that live stream, though. Thanks for that recommendation. When I go home, it's funny. I'll talk about poker a lot on Thursdays when we do these live streams. I'll deal poker, run tournaments and stuff, and then I'll go home and I'll watch poker all day long. I'll have to check out that live stream. Hosted Scotty Gwynn, one of my favorite poker players. Tony says he actually busted him from one of the tourneys. How cool is that? Tony, baby, why you bust me, baby? Boy, that would be cool. I would love to shake Scotty's hand. That's cool. Wolfgang Poker actually made an appearance here at KoJack's as well. I want to say about 2 years ago he came by. He did a live stream featuring our poker club. Tony, if you're curious about what it looks like here at KoJack's, it's a pretty good representation. One of our regulars, Basil, made a pretty good appearance on Wolfgang's poker vlog for that episode. You'll know Basil when you see him. He's got he wears like a full mask and a bandana around his head. Dressed to the nines, drives a very cool car, which was also actually featured in that episode. Now we're going 3 ways to the flop here. We've got Queen 5 deuce, 2 diamonds on board. Easy money with a nut flush draw. Joni also holding an ace. She's got a better low draw than the other players with that ace 3-6. Joni not going to bet it. She's going to check. Easy money. Going to do the betting here. 3,000 chips in the middle. 2 callers. Diamond on the turn. Does complete Easy Money's flush. And an 8 does activate the low. Joni gets the check mark for the low. Easy Money, the check mark for the high. Tony, that's what I like to hear. Liked and subscribed, being popping in all the time. Hey, join us, my man. And like I said, if you ever come out to Midland, Texas, tell them Chase or Charlie sent you. We'll give you a freebie. Whatever we're giving out, we'll give you a couple of vouchers to whatever it is that we're doing. Thank you for checking out the page. Thank you for liking. Glad you enjoyed enough. We appreciate that, man. Thank you. Now, Easy Money bets 10,000 with the high end locked up, enticing a call from Slate. Now, Joni has the low locked up, but she will have to be all in to call, and she does make the call. She picks up the low. Easy Money picks up the high. Toledo Tony sounds like going to be a regular in our chats from now on. Good to have you on board, buddy. And here's a look at our stack sizes right now. Shortly. Here's a look at our stack size shortly. There it is, 124,000 for Landon. Ruben up to 106. Joni still at 12,000 chips, still alive. Now down to about 6 or so big blinds. Daryl up to about 7 or so big blinds. Going to have to make some moves here in the next couple of hands. Those blinds are only going up. That button only going around even more. Hey, Tony, thanks for that. Yeah, we are. We're really trying to make this a big production. We've got some big plans for the channel. We've got a very sweet studio set up here. Some pretty professional-looking lights. Got a pretty good audio board that we're figuring out. It does take some time to get some traction. And we've got some things in the works, so stay tuned. We may have a couple of big things coming for this next month on our live stream. 45,000 subscribers. That is pretty good, though. Starting to get that traction. It does snowball. Average about 100 likes a stream. But the chat goes crazy. Love to hear that. Yeah, the chat is actually one of the things that the algorithms or whatever look for. If you get a lot of engagement, then it promotes your stream. So we do really appreciate you chatting it up. Hey, if you want to, you can just make one word instead of sending a sentence at a time. Just send a word at a time, and we'll put the sentence together. Yeah, 4,500. 4,500 subscribers. It's pretty good, though. That is pretty good. That's starting to gain that traction. And before they know it, they'll be up to they'll be up to maybe 9,000 and then 18,000. Sounds good, he says. Just get that chat count up. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. They got me all alone in the booth today. Usually we'll have Charlie bring in the energy, bring in some commentary. Sometimes we'll get guests in here. I'll see if I can't wrangle up one of the dealers that's on break to come chat with me about how this tournament's going, what the players are saying. But we will be here all night. We'll be here until we get to the final table. And then after we get to the final table, we'll keep going. We're going to get down to the winners of this tournament. And it's a big prize pool. We made it up to 18,000 plus in the prize pool. A lot of entries. And we've got Robert here pitching those cards, again, with Robin Hood-like accuracy. Ruben with the mystery hand. Not good enough. He lets it go. Daryl with the mystery hand. Easy Money. His hand got picked up. And Rudy, 1,000 to call. Tony actually typing out one-word comments, making the sentence. I like that. Thanks for playing along, man. I believe the levels are 15 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. They may be 20. Actually, let me look and pull up the tournament structure here. It is available on Poker Atlas. Thankfully, I do have the Poker Atlas app. 25 minutes. I was way off. The levels are 25 minutes. So enough time to really get in there and play some poker. It's not like a super turbo format that we do sometimes. Our free rolls, I want to say, are 15-minute levels. And that one, you really just have to almost go in blind with every hand. The free rolls get a lot of turnout. We do those on Monday. So if you're in the area, come check it out. If you're in Midland, Odessa, Lubbock, Pecos, Marfa. Tony calls them flea rolls. Yeah, yeah, that sounds about right, honestly. The flop comes 9-7 deuce. Ruben, 2-pair, 9s and deuces. He's got 2 diamonds as well, only 1 on board right now. Rudy, the backdoor nut flush draw. Daryl working on that low. He's got the ace-3-4 working for him. And the backdoor nut flush draw as well for spades. Ruben makes a fold. We are left with Rudy, Daryl, and Landon here. King of spades on the turn. Daryl now improves to a flush draw, the nut flush draw as well. He's got the highest chance of making the low. Ace-3-4. Landon also holding an ace-3. And we made it to showdown. All in and a call. Daryl does not make his flush, but he locks it up. Scoop, scoop. Pair of 4s, pair of 7s. And the low. Ace-2-3. Tony says every Friday they run a 10K free roll with 4,000 to first. $20 rebuys, $20 add-on. That's pretty impressive. How many tables do you have at that club, at your home club? Here's a look at the VPIP. Now that we have ended registration, I have a feeling these VPIP numbers are going to be a lot lower. Seems like Rudy is playing with a lot of pre-flop aggression. Landon now down to 67% VPIP. Joni at 52%. Daryl now 2,000 to call. Under the gun, lets it go. Position even more important now that registration has ended. Rudy looking at a very decent hand here. $2,000 to call. Rudy throws out 11,000. Looks like Joni goes all in. Smiling about it. She likes her hand. She's got the aces suited in the clubs. Flop is 6-6-8. Rudy flops trip 6s. And he'll get the low, actually. 6 is not going to be good enough to take the high. Joni grabs the high. And Rudy grabs the low. And Tony's got 17 tables plus the live stream table. That's about double what we have here. We have, I believe, 8 tables plus the live stream table. That free roll, though, sounds like something to be a part of. We'll have to... I might have to get a road trip going. Check out the poker scene in Old Toledo. That sounds excellent. See if we can't become friends. I'll have to, you know what, when I get a second here. Maybe on the next break, I'll look up that, what's the name of your poker club, Tony? We'll see if we can't like and subscribe here at KoJack's. Get a little mutual following going on. Start networking our poker community together. Folds around to Rudy with the mystery hand. Joni in the small blind. 9-8-6-5-5. 2 diamonds. Daryl checks his option. The Reserve Poker Club. All right, if anybody's out there, got a trip planned to Toledo anytime soon, check out the Reserve. I hear good things from my friend Toledo Tony. And Daryl bets 3,000 on the flop. Got a good low wrap working for him. Ace 4-5. Queen on the turn. Queen of diamonds gives Joni the flush. Not a very high flush, but a flush nonetheless. That'll lock up the high hand for Joni. Daryl bets 5,000, gets a call from Joni. They will chop that pot. 11,000 going to each player. And here's a look at the chip stacks. I made sure to click the button before I announced it, so there wouldn't be too much of a delay. Joni down to 13,000 chips, and blinds are creeping up. We're at 2K, 3K now. Joni just a little above 4 big blinds. Going to have to make something happen here. She can almost go in pre-flop. Landon still at the top of the leaderboard here on our featured table. 130,000 thereabouts. Chips. Slate under the gun. Ace, King, 10-10 deuce. And he does make the call. And that call will bump the pot up big enough for Joni to shove all in pre-flop if she is so inclined. She is not. She makes the fold. Tony and I agree. She needs double ups ASAP. Double ups multiple. King 3 deuce on the flop. Daryl flops a set. Slate with top pair. Top and bottom pair. Landon, pair of kings, pair of threes. Daryl thinking about it. Landon bets 10,000. Daryl has 10,000 to call. That would be about a third of his chip stack. He is out of position. He has a set of twos, the highest equity right now to win the high hand. Currently the best hand. But of course, we see those numbers going crazy, bouncing around up and down. Tony says he likes to play short stacked because it's easier to make decisions. You're not wrong. Yeah, you've only got one option there. It's all in or don't go all in and fold. And that is the position Joni finds herself in right now. And we are moving on. Daryl makes the fold with the best hand. That encourages everyone else to fold. Landon chipping up. 138,000 in Landon's stack. Joni at 13,000. About 10% of Landon's stack right now. Ruben at 102. Easy money, 61. Rudy at 59. Daryl still floating around starting stack. Not that great anymore now that blinds have moved up. He's at about 10 big blinds. Tony, yeah, we used to run tag team events. Actually, Charlie, who is my co-host quite frequently, won one of those tag team events with Daryl, who is sitting in seat number 4, technically, right to the left of Joni. And I learned actually how to play Pineapple the other night. Had a couple of beers with a friend. We did a little heads-up Pineapple and a little heads-up Crazy Pineapple. That was a lot of fun. That's a cool game. We do like to run those different variations of poker when we get the chance, but that chance doesn't always come up. I think it's been a while since we've run Pineapple or anything crazy. In fact, I think it's been a while since we've run Big O. A good couple of months. We do have club fees. The way that it works in Texas is we are a members-only club. We are not a gambling house or anything like that. The house does not profit from the action here at the table. So we have a club membership fee, and that takes care of the electricity bills and things like that. And then we do have staff fees built into the buy-in, I believe. I'm not an accountant. I don't know exactly how it works. Omaha is a lot of fun, Tony. Yeah, absolutely. Same in Ohio, no rake. Yep, that's what we do here. No rake here. It is an hourly charge. Omaha, very similar to Big O, actually. I've heard Big O called 5-card Omaha, actually. Michigan has charity rooms. Have to give 25% to a charity. Hey, that's not a bad plan. It looks like we've got a couple of limpers here, going 4 ways to the flop. That pot now up to 12,000 because the blinds are so big. King 9-7 is that flop. Joni flopping a set of kings. Now as good a time as ever to go ahead and shove the rest of those chips in the middle. The graphics just catching up here. And it looks like Joni does go all in. Slate making a decision. Top pair, top kicker. Not much else going on, though. Rudy, pair of queens, pair of sevens. Will make the call. He doesn't want to force Landon, who has yet to act behind him, out of the pot, but inadvertently does so. And Joni locks up that pot. 27,000 chips headed her way. A nice boost, now up to 9 big blinds. And we are moving on. Stack sizes are growing for some of us. Joni picking up to 27,000 chips. Slate now at the bottom of the leaderboard here, 24,000 chips. Right under 9 big blinds. Right around 8. Joni looking down at the Jack 9-9 deuce in the +1 position. She's going to fold. She's not going to commit any of those newly found chips into the pot. Tony, yeah, we're on a 15-minute delay. So I'm watching the action in real time. But in the regular world, 15 minutes have elapsed already. Kind of living in the past here. And of course, that is done to protect the integrity of the game. Might be familiar with the Mike Postle fiasco, where I guess my best guess is one of the players was being fed information from one of the commentators. Yeah, Tony's on a 15-minute delay for their stream as well. And look at this, 3 diamonds by the turn. That'll give Ruben a queen-high flush draw. But it looks like it's Rudy who's betting out 3,500. He's got the best high hand. He's got the king-high flush draw, or king-high flush, not a draw at this point. Looks like a straight flush draw, though. No, not a straight flush draw.
Aiden, track the action for a little bit. So I really need you to call out the action.
Yeah, we have a no phone policy at the table, so that nobody can receive the messages. At our live stream table, yes, of course. Regular tables, you can do whatever you want. You got phones and stuff. Of course, you have to be polite to the other players. Can't be listening to loud music or anything like that if it's distracting. Can't talk on the phone at the table. The usual stuff. But on the live stream, yeah, we do have a spot for the cell phones to go. And here's a look at the VPIPs. Yeah, calming down here. Landon down to 66%. Jody, 53%. Ruben at 44%. And Slate at 46%. Tony says he lost with a straight flush. I hope you had a bad beat jackpot. And we've got one here, a $15,000 bad beat jackpot. I want to say 50% goes to the loser, 30% goes to the winner. Maybe 20% goes to the winner and 30% goes to the rest of the table. Something like that. I don't remember the split offhand. But a 15K bad beat. I got the first time I learned how to play poker in college, long time ago. long time ago. I actually got a royal flush, and it's been a poker life ever since. I thought, man, I'm good at this game. Ace King 5 on the flop here. 2 pair for Rudy. Kings and 5s. Landon with a better hand, but he does make the fold after after Ruben bets. King on the river gives Rudy the check mark. He will scoop this pot if it goes to showdown. And Ruben shows 1 king. Rudy with a full house, though. King's full of 5s is a better hand. Now let's take a look at this aggression frequency. I got a feeling Rudy is up there. He tends to bet much more often than he tends to check. At least at this featured table. 44% aggression frequency right now. Easy money, though, just notching him out at 45%. Joni at the bottom at 35% right now. Pretty tight range, though. Pretty tight grouping of aggression frequency. Blind still 2K, 3K. Now, pots up to 5,000. And Rudy raises it up, keeping that aggression factor high. He's got ace, ace, queen, and a 5 and a 4. Little emergency low draw. Daryl with the suited ace 5. He's got a low card of a 3. Daryl, quite the decision. 11,000 to call would be nearly half of his chip stack. Rudy walks away with another pot, getting close to 100K. Rudy chipping up once again, but still not quite the chip leader, at least at this table. We do have one other table going right now for this tournament. I believe there are 10, no, there are 14 players left in this tournament. I'm not exactly positive. Landon still at the top of the leaderboard here, 130,000 chips. And we do have about 14 or 15 players remaining, I believe. Rudy with the aces once again. Ace, ace, king, 7, 3. A suited ace 7 of clubs and a suited ace king of diamonds. He's going to raise it up to 10,000. Landon. Landon making the call. And Ruben coming along for the ride, it looks like. And graphics having a little trouble. And there's the board. Tony's right. Monster hand. It was an excellent, excellent hand. And it looks like, yeah, the king 7 is going to be good enough. Rudy gets the check mark. The rich get richer. Ruben chopping the pot, getting the low. And here's a look at the chip counts. Landon still right near 130,000. Yeah, Tony, you're right. Pot should have been bigger. Rudy playing aggressively. Kind of hard to build the pot, though, technically, when you don't have a caller. Not always playing this nitty. No, check out our 1-2 live stream. It is the opposite of nitty. Now we've got a big prize pool. A buy-in was a little north of $500. And we've got some pretty tight players here, some tournament regulars. A lot of these guys go out to the WSOP in the summertime. A lot of these guys are just returning from their trips. That looks like Chris Carter in the background there. Wearing a shirt of the universe in actual size. Pot now 11,000. Daryl checks his option, but his option is 1,000 to call. And there's the board, 5-5 deuce. 2 spades. Landon with the nut flush draw. A queen on the turn does complete Landon's flush draw. And he's going to stack some more chips as a result. And we are moving on. Hand number 81. Hard to believe we've done so many hands, but I guess we've been going since about 6 p.m., 6:15 or so. Been 4 hours. Let me know in the chat if you have been watching for those 4 hours. Give me a 4. Give me a 4 in the chat. See who's the real dedicated chat pro here. Tony, the comment pro, undisputed champion of this stream. I'm curious who's been here the longest, if anyone at all. I'm still showing a good couple of viewers here. We are streaming across a couple of different platforms. We're on Facebook, we're on Twitch, we're on YouTube. Hand number 82, moving on. Ruben makes the fold. Joni deciding not to play her hand. She's got a couple of hands to choose from before she has to pay the blinds. Moses, 4 in the chat. 14 minutes. Hey, that's good enough, buddy. Tony, combining the 2 live streams to hour 6. Hey, I guess that'll work too. We appreciate you guys checking us out. Moses, when are you coming back, man? And Daryl gets 2 check marks for that pot. He's going to steal some chips out of there. Viewership is pretty good. You're on YouTube. YouTube actually one of our better, generally one of our better streaming sites. Not a whole lot of activity on Twitch right now, but usually we'll split viewership between YouTube and Facebook. And we actually get a decent amount of residual views too. We'll get some good live viewers, and then people who play in these tournaments will check out either their performance or maybe the opposition or what have you after we finish up the live stream or after they finish up playing the tournament. And like you said, we are working on growing that viewership, trying to snowball effect this whole thing. We got some things in the works. I think they will be pretty good if you like watching poker. Moses says he's broke. 4 kids are expensive. You ain't lying. A wife that's addicted to Stanley Cups. Woo. I hope you keep those in mint condition, Moses. maybe the resale market. I kind of don't understand the Stanley Cups, I'll be honest. Didn't we already do that with the Yeti Cups? Isn't it the same thing? I don't know. Maybe somebody can explain that to me.
No, the Yeti Cups aren't named after a trophy.
The Yeti Cups aren't named after a trophy, I'm told. That makes sense, I guess. I guess that makes sense. Our stack counts. We are down to 6 players here at the table. Landon still at the top of the leaderboard, 144,000. Slate now down to the bottom, 16,000. Blinds have crept up 2K, 4K. That means Slate now in the hot seat, 4 big blinds. He's going to have to make a move. Moses said, his wife said it's not the same at all. All aggressive like. Yeah, it sounds like denial to me. No, I'm kidding. Joni under the gun makes the call. A suited ace jack. She's got a 3-4 for the low end and a 9, possibly to help a 9 of clubs. Call that a dangler. Slate makes the fold. Small chip stack in reserve. He's got a couple of hands to choose from. That was not the one. Ruben flops trip sixes. Oh, Ruben flops a boat. Queen's full of sixes. The hot streak continues for Ruben. Moses cheering on Rudy. Let's go, Rudy. Love to see that. We got fans in the chat. A couple of Joni fans in the chat earlier. Got a Rudy fan in the chat currently. And if we've got 6 players at this table, that means we have between 5 and 7 at the other table. Blinds now moving over to Joni in the big blind this time. Committing 4,000 chips out of her stack. I believe she's down to just 18K after putting those blinds in. Slate still sitting on 4 bigs. Daryl looking at a pair of jacks under the gun. He's got a deuce and a tray as well as a 7. A decent low hand. That pair of jacks could work for him here post flop. 22,000 in his stack, not exactly comfortable. Just shy of 6 big blinds. He's going to have to pay that blind next hand. He folds. Rudy looking down at the ace, king, 9-7 deuce. Very decent hand. Decent enough to raise it up to 8,500. Flop comes queen, queen, jack. Both players pretty much a split for the high pot. Wow, another queen on the river. Will lock up that S mark. Non-check mark, S mark. A little fist bump there as they split the pot. 2,000 extra chips going to each player. Ruben staying rich. Take a look at the win-loss here in just a second. As these chips get counted out and moved over to the corresponding players. Landon, the big winner and the chip leader, 140,000 chips. He's up 110 over his starting stack. Ruben up 82K. Rudy down a little bit since he has joined us at the featured table. Daryl down 8,000. Slate down 16,000. And Joni down 42. Over her 2 buys. Tony, yeah, I'm somewhat running the production. I'm obviously not tracking the action, which is done in real time. I'm on a 15-minute delay commentating, but yeah, I'm clicking the buttons. Working the audio board. Got a soundboard over here. And we've got a couple of guys behind the scenes tracking the action, listening to the headset that the dealer there, Jason, is wearing. I'm a one-man show. Blind still 2K, 4K. That puts the pot up to 18,000 when you have this many players in there. Joni shoves all in, 14,000, making moves, ace, king, 9, 6, 3. putting her tournament life at risk. I do have the audience clapper. Oops. There it is. I got the audience clapper. You got to give the people what they want. They want the audience clapper. We give them the audience clapper. Daryl, with quite the decision, instead of calling, decides to shove for his remaining chips. Slate, all in for his remaining chips. And it looks like Rudy's counting out a call here. And here we go. Couple of side pots here. Couple of players at risk. Big hand alert indeed. Ace 10 deuce. Joni making the pair of aces. A queen comes on the turn. And a jack. Joni makes Broadway. As does Daryl. Slate, unfortunately, eliminated. We have our next elimination. The poker gods demand a sacrifice. And Slate has been put up. The side pot. Goes to Rudy. And the main pot goes to Joni. She is healthy. And just like that, we are moving on. Stack sizes have been updated. Joni up to 34,000. Got about 8 big blinds, 8.5. Daryl up to 16,000. He's going to have to make some moves. We're down to 5 players here at this featured table. Means we have between 4 and 6 on the other table. When we get down to 8 players remaining, we will hit the final table and see who wins the top prize of that $18,000+ prize pool. And Daryl all in. Now is the time to take the stand. Ace, ace, 9-5-3. Ruben is the caller here. Ace, 8, 5, deuce, deuce. Flop comes 3, 4, 8. Ruben almost locking up the low right off the bat. And there's a deuce on the river, splitting the low. Daryl takes half the pot and half of the low pot. Ruben taking 1/4 of that 44,000 chips. And we are on to the next. Tony asking, how many spots get paid? Good question. I'm not exactly positive if I can look this up online right now. But in our next break, I will be sure. Oh, here we go. 3 players. 5,000 up top. 3,000 in second. Oh, this is the default. This is not our actual prize pool. This is only, or maybe it is. Anyway, online it says 5,000 to first place, 3,000 to second place, and 2,000 to third place. Adds up to exactly 10 and change. Now Joni looking down at king, king, queen, 5, 5. Pair of kings, pair of fives. And she makes the call with some of her newfound chips going into the middle. She's hoping to win this pot, obviously. Rudy looks like he's counting out a raise, and he sure does. Up to 16,000. That's about half of Joni's stack. She's got the decision to make. This doesn't look like a calling spot for her. This looks to me like an all-in or fold moment. And it looks like Joni does make the fold. Pocket Kings five-handed, a monster, an absolute monster. Shove all day spot, you ain't lying. Now Rudy makes it to the flop. King Jack 10 4 deuce. Flops trip tens. No spade draw to go along with that for Rudy, or Ruben for that matter. A 5 of spades comes on the turn, potentially completing a flush draw that could make these players a little more cautious as we continue. Tony, we had about 20-something entries, about 24, I believe, including rebuys. And Ruben takes down that pot, $10,000, or chips, going his way in this $10,000 Big O tournament. Yeah, I'll have to check on that prize pool. Yeah, Tony says that Joni is playing to cash, not to get first. Now, that is certainly a concern. When you pay $500 for a tournament, that is something to think about. Darrell looks down at the King 7 5 5 tray. Suited King, suited 5. Charlie's favorite hand happens to be the 5-3. Darrell's got one better with the 5-5-3. Rudy with pocket 8s. Folds around to the small blind. Could we see our first walk of the tournament? Nope, doesn't look like it. Ruben is reaching for chips. The big stack, Ruben here, 114,000. Not the biggest. but certainly a big stack. Joni looking down the barrel of a raise here. And she's going to fold. Joni's going to make the fold out of the big blind. And now we'll have to commit 2,000 more chips for the small blind. Now that we're down to 5 players, those blinds are coming out rapid pace. And here's a look at some of the stack sizes over here. We've got 5 players here at this featured table for now. 120,000 for Ruben. Landon at 110. Rudy at 40,000. Tony, you are absolutely right. Those blinds, seems like rapid fire. It's like a machine gun of blinds here. Pay the big, pay the small, pay the big again. Rudy under the gun, 8-6-6-3 deuce. He's going to let it go out of position. Landon folds as well. Ruben on the button. He looks down at the ace, king, queen, 9 deuce. Suited ace, king. Suited queen, deuce. Joni in the small blind. A lot of jacks there. Multiple fish hooks. She lets the dealer know how unhappy she is with that hand. I don't blame her. We are heads up to the flop. 18,000 in the middle. Queen, deuce, ace. Pair of aces and deuces for Daryl. Pair of aces and deuces for Ruben. Ruben does have a backdoor, 2 backdoor flush draws. Daryl has the slightly better low hand. Well, the only real low hand. Ruben drawing dead for the low. Yeah, Tony, some of our tournaments do have the big blind ante. We do a bomb pot tournament as well on Wednesdays. And that is everyone has to put in an ante. No blinds, just antes. It looks like Daryl shoves all in, 25,000 to call. Ruben makes that call quite quickly. Ruben 89% with his pair of aces and pair of queens to win the high hand. But Daryl very likely to win the low hand. And there's an ace. Ruben boats up and an 8. No low. Daryl is eliminated. The poker gods require another sacrifice. This time it was Daryl. Ruben chips up 155,000 chips. 4-handed at this featured table for now. We may be on the bubble of the final table. Hold on to your hats, everybody. We could be getting close to getting to the money bubble. A little discussion on the correct blind procedure here. I believe Rudy will be the big blind by himself. Tony, yeah, they do chop. Everybody has to agree to it, so it's not always super common. It depends on the tournament, and it depends on the prize pool. I can't imagine we're going to chop before we get down to about 3 players on this particular tournament. But it kind of depends on who is playing. It depends on the size of the prize pool and what game they're playing. What level as well plays a factor. Joni, 10,000 to call after Landon raises it up. Ace, queen, 8-6 deuce going to be good enough. Rudy makes the fold. Hands the blind directly to Landon, who shoves it forward. Kind of snickers about it. Tony, yeah, you're right. I doubt they'll pay the bubble. I really think, the other thing, too, is bragging rights play a big factor. If you could say you won first place in the Big O tournament, I feel like that carries a little more weight than I chopped for a little bit in the Big O tournament. But who knows? Who knows? Who knows who's going to be up at the top? Who knows going to be making those chopped decisions? Stay tuned to find out at KoJack's Live. Ruben looking down at a pair of queens and a pair of fours. Pretty excellent hand under the gun. He does elect to throw in some calling chips here, it looks like. Or no, it's raising chips, 10,000 to call. That is a little less than half of Joni's stack. She's got a very playable ace, queen, 10, 5, 3. Couple of low cards in there, couple of high cards, couple of suited cards. Some of those cards, a suited ace. Got the suited ace of spades. Rudy folds, Landon folds. And now we are on to the next hand and the next dealer. Tony, the name KoJack's, actually a lot of people think that it is, you're on the right track, 2 co-owners named Jack. Not exactly. A lot of people think it's kings over jacks, like the 2-pair hand. But no, it's named after the 2 owners that began the club. 2 co-owners. If they were both named Jack, that would be pretty funny. KoJack's. That would actually be genius. Now Rudy looks down at the king 7 3-3 deuce and decides to raise it up, and his aggression is going to pay off. Moving a little faster now that we are 4-handed here. Here's a look at the stack sizes. While we shuffle up, Ruben's still at 157 now. 157,000 chips. Landon still over the 100K mark. And Rudy, 40,000. Joni still holding on for dear life, 24,000. Rudy looking down at another ace-king this time. Ace-king 10-4 deuce. He's going to raise it up. Enough, almost enough to put Miss Joni all in. She looks at a couple of kings, an ace, a jack. She's going to make the call, leaving her a couple thousand chips behind. And that's going to do it. Rudy chipping up even more. Joni down to just shy of one big blind. She is in the small blind. She has to commit some chips. Now Landon under the gun here. Pair of fives, a 7. Joni puts the rest of her chips in the middle with pocket queens. King, 10, 6. It looks like our chip count may be off by a little bit. Joni still has a few chips behind, even though it reads all in. Rudy potentially trying to get her to put the rest of those chips in the middle. Now, Joni does have a possibility of making the best high hand. Landon has the best equity right now. A pair of aces and a pair of jacks. Rudy with the up and down straight draw. As well as the 2-6-7 for the low. Thinking about a call here. Tough decision. And he does fold. Landon is awarded the pot. The rich get richer, up to $117,900. And Joni, again, still has some chips behind, has not been eliminated as of yet. We'll have to get that updated for you. And Joni, updated chip count up to 23,000. Still feeling the pressure now that the blinds have crept up to 3K, 6K. And we are getting close, dangerously close to the final table. We can only go 8-handed. I believe we're just waiting on one more player. We have 4 at the featured table. Playing some 4-handed Big O. 20 cards coming off the deck. Right off the rip. Five cards each. A lot to keep track of when you're playing the game. A lot of draws that you have in your hole cards, but also a lot of potential draws for your opponents to have. Hammering down what your opponent is drawing to or what your opponent has made already, no easy feat. Landon and Ruben involved in this pot here. 12,000 in the middle. King, Queen, 5 comes off. Landon with a pair of kings and a pair of 5s. Ruben double paired. 10s, 4s. Does let it go after Landon bets. Tony, you are not wrong. Nuts change every street, but your equity changes plus or minus, it seems like 40 points every street, too. It is wild to keep track of who has the best hand, who's drawing to the best hand, who maybe will have the best hand. And it looks like we've got a couple of players moving into our featured table here. I see Mr. Billy counting chips out on the top left part of your screen there. A very accomplished poker player. No surprise. He's made it this far into the Big O tournament. And with that, we're going to go on a quick break. I'm going to put up the timer for 15 minutes, but it'll be less than that. So please hold on. We'll be right back. Set up the final table. Looks like we're getting chip counts here, making sure everything is accurate. Appreciate your patience, everybody. Thank you for watching. We have made it to the final table so far. The list, which is being updated right now, or was being updated 15 minutes ago. We run on a delay. Shows Joni in seat number 1. We've got Michael in seat number 3 or 2. We have to run 8-handed, and this is a 10-handed table, so we're missing seats 2 and 9. We've got Jack, the natural, in seat number 4. Billy in seat number 5. We've got Ruben in seat number 6. Mr. Mark in seat number 7. Landon and Rudy have moved positions, now in seats 8 and 10, respectively. But here's a look at the chip counts. Mark at the top of the final table. Chip count leaderboard, 2065. Ruben at 142. Landon not far behind at 125. There's your top 3. Joni still holding on for dear life at 32,000. Jack and Billy tied at 46K. And we are moving on here. The first hand of the final table, hand number 99 for this featured table. And it'll take a second for our card reader to catch up. Or at least that's what it looks like right now. And the first hand did not make it to the flop anyway. So we'll be at hand number 100 here. 8 players remain in this tournament. 8 players featured here on this final table. 1 player will take the top prize. There is Michael in the small blind in the blue shirt, the gray cap. Jack in the big blind, black jacket, backpack on his chair. And Billy will be under the gun with the, what is that, seafoam green? Gray shirt. Raises to 15,000 under the gun. Ace 7, 3-3 deuce. Ruben makes the call. Ace, king, king, 8-4. Billy's got a good hand for the low wrap. And a suited ace, potentially to make a flush, if he can. A couple of diamonds already locked up in other players' hands, including the king of diamonds. 5-5-5 on the flop. Billy shoving all in first hand on the final table. Ruben lays it down. And Landon lets his hand go. Billy chipping up, almost doubling up. Dragging 94,000 chips his way. Getting close to that triple-digit mark. Or 6 figures, I guess. 6-figure mark. Here's a look at the chip stacks. Joni still holding on for dear life at 29,000 at the very bottom. Jack at 40,000. Michael a little ahead of that at 43,000. Rudy up to 68,500. Billy now up to 94,000. Landon 110, Ruben 127, and Mark at the very top 206. has a great beard. I just shaved mine off yesterday. People told me I shaved off about 5 years from my face. I look a little younger, in case anyone cares. I know nobody does. And here we are, moving on. A couple of folds from early position. Folds to Landon, who's got 3 aces. Now that's a situation where you know pretty well that other players are not holding any aces. Billy, the only caller, getting a discount out of the big blind. King 7-4. And another king on the turn. Landon will bet. Billy will fold. Landon will get more chips. And we are moving on. VPIP. Now, an interesting story. We've only had a couple of hands here at the final table. But Joni and Landon still reading their VPIP from having been at the featured table this whole time. Joni at 46%. Landon at 60%. Billy has played 100% of his hands since he's been at this final table, one of which was an all-in shove. Mark looks down at all clubs. Blinds are still 3K, 6K. Rudy gets out of there. Joni folding as well. Play has tightened up significantly now that we're on the final table. A lot of good poker being played here. Billy and Ruben, blind on blind violence. Billy flops trip aces and is slightly ahead for the low as well, 4, 6, 7, 8. Billy taking another pot down. I want to say that we've seen Billy win just about every pot since all 3 of them since we've made it to the final table. We are on hand number 102 since we've started this stream at about 6 p.m., 6:15-ish. It has been almost 5 hours. Still got a couple of viewers hanging on, checking us out. We love to see you. Thanks for watching us. Thanks for all the comments in the chat. Old Toledo Tony, sorry. It's been talking for a while. Thank you for leaving all those comments, my man. Come visit us out in Midland. Moses, thanks for showing up in the chat. Appreciate your comments as well. And everybody else who commented, thank you for joining us. This has been a wild stream so far with a wild game. Big O. But it's only getting wilder. We're on the final table. We're going to see some fireworks here moments. We're going to see some crazy action taking place. Michael, Queen, Jack 10. Flops a pair of jacks, but no better than his pair of queens he's already got. Mark flopping the ace-high flush draw. Could make the steel wheel. Looking for a 2 of clubs there. Michael really just looks like he's having the time of his life. Joking, laughing, splashing around. He's got 4,000 chips behind. Not exactly an all-in. We are pot limit here. But it looks like Mark is going to make the call with his flush draw. Very high chance to make the best low, especially against Michael's hand. A 4 of hearts on the turn. And a 9 of hearts on the river. Michael makes a flush, locking up the top. There is no low on this hand. And Michael basically doubles up here. Having the time of his life, just got even better. Dragging a couple of chips off the felt, stacking them up. And we are moving on. Hand number 103. Still checking out those chip stacks. Mark did take a hit after calling Michael's almost all in. But Mark still sits on top of the leaderboard, 167.5. Ruben at 118. Landon 113. Joni still holding on for dear life at 29,000. Jack not far ahead, though, at 31,000. Both players really need to make a move as these blinds remain at 3K, 6K. Joni raising it up to 21,000. Looks like a pot-sized bet. Billy thinking about a call. And he does make the call. Ruben now with a decision to make. He elects to fold. Billy 4 bets, enough to put Joni all in, and she does make the call. Billy a big favorite for the low. But Joni a slight favorite for the high. She does have spades working for her. No spades on the flop. 10-5 deuce. A king on the turn. And a deuce on the river. Billy takes down Joni. The first casualty of the final table. No low on board. Billy takes the high. And Joni, our long-standing player here, has been eliminated. She's been with us at the featured table this whole time. And she is the first to go at the final table. GG, Joni, says Cody Howard. Absolutely, GG. A great performance. Playing some good hands, playing good spots. Cody, good to hear from you in the chat as well, my man. It was nice to see you the other day. And Michael under the gun looks down at a couple of aces, a couple of queens, and a 9. Landon makes the call. A suited jack, a suited ace, a couple of high cards, a couple of low cards. Rudy coming along for the ride. Queen 9-7-3 deuce. Flop comes Jack 10 deuce, 2 hearts. Rudy with the heart draw, though it will be only queen high. He is up and down for a straight as well. He's got a pair of deuces. A 5 on the turn. A 5 of clubs. No help to Rudy. And a 9 of hearts does complete the flush for Rudy. He has the check mark for the high board. No low activated. He bets out. Michael cannot make the call. He makes the fold instead, as does Landon. And Rudy shows, looks like one of his cards, likely the Queen of Hearts. And he's stacking chips. Yes, sir, Cody. Come on back anytime, my man. And speaking of chip stacks, 164 for Mark. No change there. 31,000 for Jack at the bottom. No change there. But Rudy does chip up. 86,000 now in Rudy's stack. Michael at 91,000. Landon at 95. Blinds are still 3K, 6K. So even 120,000 like Ruben has, thereabouts, still not feeling comfortable. Only about 20K, 20 bigs. Tony, rooting for Joni. Wanted to see her spin it up. I think we all did. She was doing a good job of choosing her spots and doubling up when she needed to, but unfortunately just not often enough. Ruben in the hijack. Looking down at ace, king, queen, 10, 6. There's a jack on the turn. Ace, 7, deuce on the flop. 2 diamonds. Ruben starting out with a diamond draw. Does not get there by the river. And it's Rudy who gets the high hand check mark. Ruben with the low hand check mark. Another chop pot. And it looks like we're about to get a dealer change here. Josh on his way out. Robert on his way in. If you were with us earlier, you heard Charlie's new favorite dad joke. Seems like he's got a new favorite every week. What do you call a man from Mexico with a broken foot? No, the rubber toe is the punchline.
Yeah, no, if he has a rubber toe, then what do you call it?
I'm getting heckled here by my own team. Roberto is the punchline. I can't remember the setup. Anyway, Roberto is in the box right now, one of my favorite dealers. All right, here we go. Tony trying his hand with a dad joke here. Why do they build sidewalks? Because the streets aren't for everyone. That's pretty true. That is pretty true. Michael in the small blind with a pair of aces here. Suited in clubs, ace jack. Flop comes queen, 3 deuce. 2 clubs on the flop. Michael opens up with a flush draw here. He's going to go ahead and bet it. Ruben with a pair of 3s. Ruben a better low draw. Michael going to stay aggressive here, betting full pot. Trying to get Ruben out of there. in case Ruben has a good piece of those low cards. Michael could technically win the low hand by the river. And Michael's aggression pays off. He's going to force Ruben out of the pot and scoop 99,000 chips. Tony, you know, a lot of wild stories here at KoJack's. A lot of great players. I think most of the people here at this table actually are local legends in their own right for various reasons. Jack in seat 4, called the Natural. Excellent poker player. Been a part of the scene for a very long time. An excellent gentleman, just a kind man. Great sense of humor, always ready to tell you a joke. And Basil, who plays in our 1-2 stream weekly, is also a legendary. Billy, as well, plays in just about all of our tournaments. Excellent player. And Rudy, sitting in seat number 10, plays some very high-limit games. And again, a legend in his own right. Yeah, I really think most of these players here, if not all of them, are absolute legends. Michael looking at the ace, ace, king, 9, deuce here. Great chance for the low with his ace, deuce, 3, 6 so far. Bets 32,000. Jack with a pair of jacks cannot make the call. Billy cannot make the call either. No low. Not much going on for the high. And Mark has to get out of there too. And Michael will drag another pot, doing very, very well here at this final table. Chip counts show Mark on top still, but has fallen from that 200,000 chip stack that he arrived with. Michael taking a lot of those chips up to 138. Billy up to 124. Ruben 100,000. And Landon just below that 100K mark. And it folds around. What am I watching? A walk. It took until the final table to get a walk, but we finally have our walk. Congratulations, everyone. Ruben, you did it. You got your blind back. You got Billy's small blind. And we are moving on to hand number 109. Feeling just fine. Now, Rudy looking down at the king, queen, jack, 8, 4. And he does let it go. Could we have another walk? 2 in a row? Action on Billy on the button. He looks down at pocket queens, pocket eights, and a 9 in between. He is going to raise it up. No walk, no double walk. Ruben, quite the decision to make here. Ace, ace, 10, 7, 3. Not the best low, and he will be playing out of position. But he does have those all-important aces. He's going to 3-bet. No call for Ruben. And no call from Billy. Ruben takes it down without even seeing a flop. He's up to 130,000 now. And we're moving on. Blinds have increased. We're now up to 4K, 8K. That means these pots are getting bigger. By default. Rudy under the gun here. He's going to fold. Michael folding as well. Jack, ace, queen, jack, 8-3. Lots of clubs, lots of spades. 15,000 in his stack. Might as well. He puts it all in. Billy with a straight in his hand. One card off of a straight flush in his hand. He's going to make the fold, as does Ruben. Mark now in the hot seat. Can he call 8-10, 9-3-4? Landon makes the call here. Out of the big blind, getting a good discount. Got some good low cards. Flop comes queen, jack high. With a king, Jack makes Broadway. No low. Jack will scoop. 34,000 chips headed his way. And Jack takes a pot down. Will be able to survive at least another orbit. Big blind at 8,000. Jack stack at 34,000. He is just above 4 big blinds. Not feeling comfortable at all. He will have to select another opportunity to just shove at the earliest point he can. Try and get those double ups. Now we're moving on to hand number 112 at this final table. Mark still sitting at the top of the leaderboard, 144,000 chips. Michael under the gun, pocket deuces, a 3, 4, and a 5. Great low hand. Trying to get that wheel going. A 2, a 4, and a 5 of hearts. Trying to get that steel wheel going. Jack in the +1 spot folds his ace, king, jack, 10, 7. Billy getting out of the way as well. Ruben folding. Mark folding. Landon with the discount does complete. And Rudy will check his option. Ace, 7, 6. 2 clubs. Michael getting that important ace for his steel wheel, this time, though, of the club variety. Rudy with a 4-7 of clubs. Landon leads out, though, betting 22,000. The highest equity for the high hand at this point. This set of sixes. That'll lead Rudy to lay it down. Michael. Was that an all-in shove? Here we go. Michael looking to get a straight for the high. But unfortunately, Landon is drawing to a higher straight. And already has a set of sixes. A queen, no help to Landon. Or rather, no help to Michael. Landon's set of sixes, no good. As Michael makes his flush. And they will chop the low. With the ace 2-3, 6-7. Robert counting out the pot, stacking it up, splitting it up, and splitting it up again. And we appreciate you watching. Thanks for checking us out. This Big O tournament, pretty big success if I do say so myself. Quite a few entries here to this tournament. $10,000 guarantee. And we did make that guarantee. I believe $18K in the prize pool, thereabouts. Michael, now the chip leader, 184,000. Mark up to 144,000. And Jack, what's he up to? He's got a decision to make. He is under the gun. We'll have to pay an 8,000 chip blind on the next hand. But unfortunately, looks down at a hand not quite good enough to play under the gun. Ruben with the ace, queen, jack, jack, 4. 8K to call. Not exactly feeling comfortable himself. Less than 20 bigs in his stack. He does make the call. Mark, Landon get out of the way. Looks like Rudy does complete. And Michael in the big blind checks his option. Flop comes 8-4 deuce. Ruben with a pair of 4s on the board, but his pair of jacks is better in his hand. Michael bets. Michael takes. Michael grabs the pot. 16K headed his way out of that 49,000 chip pot. And now Jack in the big blind, the short stack. Not much of a decision to make here for Jack. In Hold'em, you have a playing strategy called ATC, any 2 cards. I guess here in Big O, you've got that AFC, any 5 cards. Ruben folds. Mark looking down at a decent hand. Ace, king, queen, 9, 5. Will make the call. Landon making the call as well. Rudy making the fold. Michael making the fold. Jack checking his option. Pair of deuces on board for Jack. Flop comes king high, though. King 7, 7. Mark making a pair of kings. A 5 on the turn. Mark has two pair, king 7s, and a pair of 5s in his hand. A lot of boat outs. A jack of diamonds comes on the river. Mark makes his flush. No low on this board. Mark will win if he makes it to showdown. Checks around on the river. Mark does get to showdown and does scoop that 28,000 chip pot. Just not enough there for Jack to bet at, especially out of position and especially short stacked. Hard to bet when you know your opponent's move is going to be shove. You have to be willing to shove yourself, and Jack just didn't quite get enough of that board to make that bet. And number 114, Jack now in the small blind. Committing 4,000 chips before he even gets cards. Ruben under the gun. King, queen, jack, 7, 4. Quick fold. Mark looking at a decently playable hand. Ace, queen, jack, 10, deuce. Got the ace deuce working for him. Got the suited queen jack working for him. Jack with the king, king, queen, 9, 3 in the small blind. Interestingly enough, just makes the call. And now first to act, checks. Not a huge piece of that flop for Jack, 8, 8 deuce. And Landon shoves all in for his remaining 26,000 chips. He's got a lot of that low working for him, but never feels comfortable unless there's enough low cards on there. Moving on, hand number 115. At this final table for our $10,000 guaranteed Big O tournament. Again, I believe we made it up to about 18 plus thousand. I'll have to check on the prize pool in the next break. We've got some big things coming this weekend. We've got our bounty tournament on Saturday. We've got our qualifier on Sunday. But that is our last qualifier of the month for our other $10,000 tournament. This one, a Hold'em tournament. You must qualify to make it into that tournament. $35 to play the qualifier one time. You are allowed one rebuy for $35 as well. And you can take any of the vouchers that we've been giving away all week, all month long. Take them with you for 1,000 chips each. Look at this, Billy. He's got a full house in his hand. Ace is full of jacks, and Jack with the case ace. If he shoves all in, I expect Billy will be likely to fold. Maybe not. Nope, he is not. Got the suited ace jack, two ways, diamonds and clubs. And Ruben checks his option. King 8-5, one spade. Not much help to Jack. He does have the ace, the 3, the 7, the 5, and the 8. Just needs one more low card. And he is all but certain to lock up that low board. Get exactly half of the pot at minimum. He folds. Billy bets. Ruben in reverse order. Billy bets, then Jack folds. Check, check to the river. And Ruben shows off his set of eights, his full house. Eights full of sevens. And here's a look at those chip counts again. Jack needs a little help. Still at 10,000 chips, though. It is a little more than one big blind. Michael up to 188 now. Billy at 76,000. And Ruben in the big blind at 148,000. Mark started off the final table right over 200K, now down to 156 for now. But just like how those equity percents change at a moment's notice, these chip counts will change at a moment's notice as well. And we are moving right along into the action here. We do have a break, it looks like. Could be a 5-minute break, could be a 10-minute break, but I'll go ahead and check out that prize pool. Check out how many places are paid. And I will be right back with the results. I'm going to put up this timer here, but I'll be back. Oh. And we're coming back. We got some cool things happening here at KoJack's. We've got a series coming up in October, and we are just now publishing how that series is broken down, some of the games that we're going to be playing, some of the events that we're going to be having, how to score points, how to win, and what you'll need to do to get there to the top of that leaderboard. So check it out. It should be on our website. If it's not on there now, check it out. It will be on there shortly as well. We're running some cool things for September. So, hey, we got a lot to look forward to. And we've got this final table for our Big O tournament. $10,000 in the prize pool here. And Megan saying she'll miss us while we're gone on break. Well, we are back. Hey, miss us no more. And here's a look at the chip stacks as we jump on in to this final table after the break. Michael still at the top of the board, 188. Mark, 156. Ruben, 148. Jack needs help, 10,000 in his stack. Landon at 66,000. Rudy at 73. We are paying the top 3 players here for this game. Third place, 2K. Second place, 3K. And first place, 5K. Not a bad win. Hey, and it's only fitting. 5-card high-low, 5K on top. And we folded around to Billy on the button, who also folds. Small blind. Getting out of there. And there's our second walk of the final table. Congratulations, Rudy. You did it. You got your blind back. You got that small blind. Oh, my mistake. It was Mark in the big blind. I thought it was. Congratulations, Mark. That applause is for you, buddy. And here we go. Off to hand number 117. We are flying through these hands. Moving on. Jack looking to make a move here. Needs to make a couple of double ups. Rudy under the gun. Ace, queen, 8-4 deuce. Suited ace, queen. Got the 2-4 in tow for the low. Raises it up to 24,000. Michael, lightning fast call. Jack looks for another spot. And it will fold around to Rudy. Drags another pot. And Rudy shows his hand. Betting somewhat light. But it was good enough to take it down. He shows perhaps to entice action in the future. And we're coming up on midnight here in Midland. We've still got 2 cash games running right now. $5 on the button for both of those cash games. Come check us out. If you haven't been playing poker at KoJack's, come check us out and see what you've been missing. Some excellent poker action. This Big O tournament a little tighter than our cash games, to say the least. A lot of blind all-ins at those cash games. Not so much at this tournament with 10K in the prize pool. Billy raising it up to 30K. Pair of aces and a pair of jacks. Mark makes the call. We are off to a flop. Mark on the button. Calls with a couple of low cards. And flops the bottom end of the straight. Billy gets a set. Could boat up to beat Mark for the high, but Mark does have the low locked up. Ace 2, 6, 7, 8. And there's a 5. Mark scoops. Billy out of the tournament. We have our second casualty of the final table. Jack still short stacked. Could be the third if he can't find the right cards to help him make moves. Mark now above that 200,000 chip mark once again. 232.5. Michael in second place at 188. Jack still at the bottom at 10,000. One big blind left. Landon at 51.5. That is 5 big blinds thereabouts. And Rudy right around 9 big blinds. These blinds are creeping up quickly. Tony, good to have you, my man. Thank you for checking in with us. Thanks for chatting it up, having a good time with me. Next stream will be next Thursday. I believe we're back to 1-2 on next Thursday. Get a chance to see what the cash games in Texas are like. Check us out then, Tony. Until next time, my friend. Jack. Finally all in here, 8-5-5-3 deuce under the gun. Gets a call from Landon, gets a call from Rudy. Gets a check from Michael. 5 ways to the flop. A good opportunity for Jack to recover some chips here if the cards cooperate. Unfortunately, only 1% for the low. Landon all but has that one locked up. A jack on the turn does not help Jack. 30% to win the high hand. And a 4 of spades on the river will seal it. Jack is eliminated, unfortunately. Another great showing by another great player. But when the poker gods call for a sacrifice, they must be heeded. The winner of this 90,000 chip pot split between Mark and Landon, both players picking up 15K in profit. Mark staying above that 200,000 chip high water mark. Landon up to 66,000 now. About 6.5 big blinds. Moving on. Hand number 120. Some would call it a lucky number. Some would call it a beautiful number. Great number. Beautiful number. Mark under the gun. The big stack. Looks down at some connected cards. Not quite connected enough to play. Landon throws out a call. Rudy thrown out a call. Michael calling as well. We are at 5 players remaining. Queen, Jack, Jack. Landon flops trips with an ace kicker. Not going to be making the low this time. Not enough cards on the board to cooperate for that. Rudy facing a bet of 40,000 from Landon with his triple jacks. Landon shows the jack and takes a pot. 80,000 in that pot, 30,000 of profit. And the chip leaderboard now much, much closer than it has been. A lot of the short stacks have been eliminated. And we're down to 5. Rudy, now the short stack, 73,000. Got about 7.5 bigs left. Landon at about 9.5 bigs. Even Mark, the chip leader, just shy of 25 bigs. Fairly comfortable for a tournament stack, but a couple of short stack players just not in immediate danger of being eliminated. Michael folds Ruben in the small blind. Does complete. Mark and Ruben will see a flop. Mark bets out for 20,000. And Ruben makes the call. Check, check to the turn. Looks like a 6 of clubs. Oh, that was the river. Check, check to the river. Players turn up their hands. It is going to be a chopped pot. And they split their blinds back. Chip counts haven't changed much, but the VPIP sure has, especially now that we are at the final table. A lot of tight play going on here. Landon, the highest on the VPIP chart, 56%. Nowhere near the 80 plus that we were seeing at the beginning of the tournament. Mark down to just 25% VPIP. Rudy folding. Michael folding. Mark and Landon in this pot. 20,000 chips in the middle. Ace, 9, 6. 2 clubs. Neither player holding club draws. Neither player holding aces. Landon bets. Landon wins. Easy game. Just bet. Drag a pot. Sometimes that's how it works. Blinds have moved up. 5K, 10K. Stack counts remain mostly even. Rudy down to 74,000 chips in the big blind this time. Already committing 10K before he gets his cards. We'll have to find a spot to make a move soon. Those blinds are only getting bigger. Michael under the gun makes the fold. Ruben, ace 10, 8, 7, 3. Couple of high cards, couple of middle cards, gets out of there. Mark with a pair of fours does make the fold. Landon, ace queen, 7, 5, deuce. Will complete. Rudy checks his option. Flop comes 4, 4, 6. Mark is kicking himself now, folding that pair of fours. Would have flopped quads. An ace of spades on the turn gives Landon the check mark for the low. Landon bets, Rudy folds. Landon wins another pot. We're up to 232,000 in Mark's stack. Rudy in the small blind down to 64,000. Landon, Ruben, and Michael all in the 6-figure mark. Yeah, along with Mark. At number 125. Ruben under the gun. Folds his hand. Mark, pair of jacks. Regretting folding those pocket fours last hand. Makes the raise this time to 20,000. Hoping to flock quad jacks this time. Michael comes along in the big blind. We'll play this hand from out of position. A lot of low cards. Flop comes queen jack 7. Michael working on that low. Needs running low cards in order to activate that. Looks like Mark bets. Michael folds. And the aggression factor still remains fairly high. Michael at 35% aggression. Most players hanging around the 30s. Rudy, though, the most aggressive at 44%. Ruben at the bottom of that at 31%. Everyone else kind of floating right around those mid-30s. Mark under the gun. Makes the call. Ace, 8, 7, 6, deuce. Suited ace, deuce. 6, 7, 8 for the middle wrap. Michael in the small blind makes the call. Completing. Rudy calls on the button. 4 out of 5 players seeing the flop here. Ace, 4, 10. 2 hearts. No player holding 2 hearts to make the flush draw.
You're right. He was 45.
Checks around on the flop. A king on the turn, king of clubs. Michael makes Broadway. He's going to lead from the small blind, betting 40,000, a full pot size bet. Ruben can't call. Mark, Rudy can't call either. Michael, 30,000 chips richer. Here's a look at those updated chip stacks. The chip count always in flux, especially in a game like Big O. Hey, we've got a series coming up in October. So all you poker lovers out there, come check us out at KoJack's. Play in that series. Got some cool prizes, cool ways to earn points, cool tournaments to play in. We've also got a couple of tournaments this weekend to round out the last couple of days of August. We've got our bounty tournament on Saturday. That one has been one of our biggest tournaments so far this month in terms of prize pool and in terms of entries. So come check that out. We've also got our final qualifier for our $10,000 No Limit Hold'em tournament. That'll be this Sunday. Bring those vouchers, everyone. Rudy bets, Rudy takes, drags another pot, staying alive. Rudy up to 64,000 in chips right now. Still the short stack, but winning enough pots to stay alive. Moving on to hand number 128. Chip stacks are staying steady. $5,000 up top. These players really playing to win. Rudy the short stack, but make no mistake, he does not want to come in third place. He will do everything he can to chip up at the most opportune moments and be the chip leader. Michael in the cutoff, raising it up with his pair of queens. Suited ace. Got the deuce 8 to go along with it. Ruben holding a lot of diamonds, really thinking about this. 123 in his stack, 35,000 to call. Pretty large percentage. He will be playing in position. Got a lot of diamonds. And he does elect to fold. And Michael will take down that pot. 15,000 profit headed his way. That puts Rudy in the big blind. 10,000 chips going into the middle out of Rudy's stack before he even sees cards. That'll put him at about 54,000 chips. About 5.5 big blinds behind the big blind that he has just posted. Michael looking down at a suited ace-5 of clubs, suited jack-8 of spades with a queen. Under the gun. Looks like he wants to raise it up. Looks like he wants to strike, but elects not to. Ruben folds. Mark. Ace, king, queen. Lets it go. Landon in the small blind folds. Rudy gets a walk. And he will survive for another orbit. Picking up Landon's small blind and then immediately posting it. And that puts Michael in the big blind. 5K, 10K going right into the middle. Pot starts out at 15,000 chips. Now recall earlier in the night, a good couple of hours ago, 30,000 is the starting stack. Now we're up to 15,000 in the pot before anything even happens. Those blinds are creeping up. As players get eliminated, that button moves around even faster. Rudy in the small blind does complete. Michael checks his option. We're going off to a flop. Both players queen high. Michael with the better low cards. Rudy with the slightly better high cards. Board comes out 2-2-4, and just like that, everything changes. Michael flops full house. Twos full of fours. And with the better low hand. Michael bets 20,000 in the lead. That'll get Rudy to fold. Rudy down to 59,000 chips. Looking for a better spot, trying to double up. Not looking for a pot to play, looking for a pot to win. And we've got a dealer change here. We've got Robert coming in once again. Robert Hood with that Robin Hood-like pitch. Hand number 131. We started the stream up right around 6:15-ish, 6:30-ish. It's been going for a solid 6 hours today. Thanks for joining us, everybody who's been watching. And stay tuned. We've got some cool stuff coming your way. Some cool poker action, some cool poker events. We're going to be doing our 1-2 live stream next Thursday, I believe. Charlie's game. The blinds have increased, by the way, with that dealer change. 5K, 15K. Landon throwing in 15,000 to make the call. Rudy going to fold his queens. Michael going to fold as well. As Ruben folds, Landon is awarded the pot. And he'll take 20K in profit out of that. Michael on the button means Mark is in the big blind. And Rudy only has 2 hands to choose from before he has to commit 15,000 more chips into the middle. Landon under the gun looks at a pair of 8s and says, no way, Jose. Michael, pair of kings. On the dealer button. Rudy in the cutoff with the mystery hand. Feels like he has no choice. Goes all in. Raising the rest of his chips. The most he can put in is 50,000. This is a pot limit game. He bets. Everyone folds. And Rudy chips up. Rudy's still holding on. 79, says 29,000 now. But he did win a pot. 79,000 in Rudy's stack. 212 in Mark's stack. Rudy looks down at the ace, ace, king, 3, deuce, and raises it up under the gun. Raises to the maximum 50,000. Michael raises on top. can go all in and does so. Oh, just shy of going all in. 170 in the middle. Rudy goes all in for the remaining 29,000 chips that he has. Jack 9-7 on the flop. Queen of hearts on the turn. Rudy almost made a flush. 9 on the river. Will lock that pot up for Rudy. Michael taking a large blow to his stack. Rudy chipping up, getting some much needed double ups out of the way here. 178,000 in Rudy's stack now. Michael down to 119. Michael not the short stack, though. Even after that loss, Ruben at 103,000 is the short stack officially. Landon at 107. Close race here. Very even distribution of chips. Almost all of these players below 10 big blinds. I start to see a lot of even tighter play. Not many of these players have the mobility, really, to play much post-flop. The SPR, the stack-to-pot ratio after the flop, going to be very low. That looks like Rudy gets a walk. That was a misclick on my end, but I kind of liked it. Hitting the cha-ching and the applause at the same time. That's going to be the new sound effect. The new official KoJack's sound effect for a walk. Congratulations, everyone. And in Big O, game with such high variance, anything can happen. So even though these players are tightly grouped as far as chip stacks go right now, we're likely to see a lot of those chips changing hands in a large volume. Mark makes the call out of the cutoff. Ace, king, queen, 7-3. Suited A tray with clubs. Rudy looking down at the pocket rockets. AAK for a tray. Suited K tray of hearts. Michael in the big blind now facing a $45,000 bet to call after Rudy raises it up to 16. No doubt trying to isolate. And in this case, not isolating the players, but isolating the players from their chips. He's taking them down. And just like that, again, high variance game like Big O. Rudy goes from less than 10 big blinds to a mountain of chips. Rudy up to 213,000 now. Is the chip leader at this table. Michael completes out of the small blind. Ruben decides now is the time, and he shoves. At least bets as much as he can. And Michael's going to fold. Ruben taking down some chips. Michael, now the short stack, 89,000. Slightly more than 5 big blinds, just shy of 6. we're at hand number 137. I just realized there is an uptime counter here. We've been streaming 6 hours straight, 6 hours and 2 minutes. Thank you for watching, everybody. All the viewers that we've got here, this is the reason that we do this. This is the reason we stream. It's to bring poker to the people. And we appreciate your viewership. We appreciate your comments. We appreciate the dad jokes in the chat. We appreciate the likes, the subscribes, and everything in between. Flop comes 8-7-7. Kind of a rare sight to see a board these days. Landon checks Rudy. Pair of jacks. Couple of low cards. Is going to bet. He fires away 18,000. And both Mark and Landon are getting out of the door. Not proceeding. That'll allow Rudy to chip up even further. And speaking of which, aggression frequency. Rudy still the top of the aggression frequency leaderboard here, 45% for Rudy. And that is really paying off. From severely short stacked now to chip leader. 45% aggression frequency for Rudy, 28% for Ruben. Pretty wide range of different styles of play. Ruben right in the middle of the chip pack, right at 113,000. Michael, ace, king, 8 in the cutoff, is going to fold and find a better spot. He will have to act soon. Ruben making the call, 15,000. Mark completing. Pair of queens, pair of tens, and a jack in between. 3 players to the flop, 45,000 chips in the pot. Not a whole lot of pre-flop action, but still a sizable pot. Again, that SPR pretty low. Ruben sitting at right about a 2. That pot about half of his stack. And Ruben bets 40,000 of his remaining chips. A bet that these other players really need to take seriously. Not a whole lot there for Mark. Still sitting at 2 pair, though he does have the highest equity for the high hand. And Ruben takes down that pot. And here's a look at the updated stack sizes here. While we've got some shuffling, some accurate pitching going on. Rudy at 248,000 at the very top. Landon now, the short stack at 72,000. Just under 5 bigs. And he is in the small blind. Michael under the gun. Ace 9, 7, 6 deuce. Fairly good low wrap. Does decide to make the call. And Ruben, ace, king, queen, 4-3, calls as well. Rudy with the option. Announcing check. Ace, king, jack, 10, deuce. He's got 2 low cards. He's got a lot of Broadway cards. He's got some clubs. And he does pick up a club draw on the flop. Rudy acting with a check. Michael looks like he shoves the rest of his chips in the middle. As many as he can. This is pot limit. Ruben gets out of the way. Rudy Looks like he raises and gets called by Michael. We have another all-in moment. King of clubs does give Rudy the flush on the turn. A 4 of diamonds will chop that low for those two players. Michael getting 1/4 of the pot. Now severely short stacked. And in the big blind. Michael down to just 49,000 chips. Landon not far ahead at 67,000 chips. Michael had about 2 bigs. Michael had about 3 bigs minus the 1 that he's already committed. Mark in the cutoff looks down at a lot of hearts and does decide to fold. Rudy makes the call. Michael checks. Rudy with pocket kings. Michael with pocket 7s. Ace high board. Ace jack 3. Rudy first to act. He's going to bet pot. He's going to put the ultimate pressure on Michael for his tournament life, and Michael lays it down. 34,000 chips remaining. 29,000 chips after committing that 5,000 chip small blind. And that puts Ruben in the big blind. Ruben sitting at 128,000 chips. Minus the 15 that he must commit. Rudy all the way up to 323,000 chips. Landon sitting right about 1 big blind himself. He is the ultimate short stack. After committing 50,000 chips into the middle here, he bets pot. Michael calls for his tournament life. He is at risk. Ace, queen, 7, 5, 5. Can it hold against Landon? One big blind behind for Landon. 6-7 tray comes out. A deuce on the turn. Michael locking up the low of that. Landon locking up the high of that. Players will chop the pot. Will chop the big blind. Ruben's big blind. Michael on the button. Will get to select from at least a few hands before he has to commit another big blind in. Sitting at 42,000 chips in his stack. Landon up to 74,000 chips after having about 1 big blind behind by the end of that pot. As a quick look at the chip counts. Not too many players remaining. Robert in the booth, in the box right now, one of my favorite dealers. Very quick. Now that there's only 5 players, he's able to get those cards in their hands quite rapidly. Michael shoves all in. Ace, king, 7, 7, deuce. Mark, ace, king, queen, queen, 10. Lots of Broadway cards for Mark. Rudy has already put in 15,000 chips. Needs 27,000 more to call. It looks like he makes the call. Rudy looks down at Jack 9, 5, Trey, Deuce. Michael all in at risk. 2 players remain. There is going to be a side pot between the chip leader, Rudy, and Mark, who is at 125,000 chips behind. 8-8 Trey is the flop. Michael looking good to get that low. That 9, no help for the low. 2 clubs on board. Both Mark and Rudy holding clubs. That Jack eliminates the possibility of a low and eliminates Michael in turn. Mark has the check mark for the high and will take down 131,000 chips in the middle. Unfortunately, Michael is the next casualty of the Big O tournament that we're running here at KoJack's, the $10,000 guaranteed Big O tournament. And just like that, we're down to 4. We are officially on the money bubble. 3 places paid. 4 players remain. $3,000 in second place, $2,000 in third place, but first place, $5,000 up top. Rudy now under the gun. Still the chip leader, but only just after Mark won that last pot. 251,000 in Mark's stack. 281,000 in Rudy's stack. It looks like Rudy does elect to call. Rather, elect to raise. That'll force Ruben out. Mark out as well. Landon folds. And Rudy shows. And he also shows that massive wall of chips that he's building over there. Rudy back up above 300,000 again. It looks like we may be taking a small break here. Checking the chip counts. Maybe racing off the yellows. Yeah, double checking chip counts, making sure everything is accurate. And while they do that, we're going to take a small break. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. A couple of viewers out there, we really appreciate you watching. Thanks for making all of this possible. You're the reason that we do it. We do it for the viewers. Thanks for checking us out. Thanks for landing on us at KoJack's. We really appreciate it. We hope you have a good time when you do come play poker out here. Oh, wait a second. It looks like it's not a break. My mistake. I guess I'm not going anywhere, but the appreciation, the gratitude remains. Thank you for watching us. Thanks for checking us out. Thanks for leaving comments. Thanks for liking, subscribing. Thanks for playing poker here at KoJack's. Thanks for taking parts in our tournaments. Again, we got a lot of cool things coming up. September 8th, our $10,000 basically free roll. That'll be happening at 1 p.m. Our final qualifier occurring on Sunday. Now that it's technically Friday, Sunday is not tomorrow, but the next day. We are after midnight. We've been streaming for 6 hours and 17 minutes. And if you've been watching any amount of time, I really appreciate it. Leave a comment in the chat. How long have you been with us? Who do you want to win? Who are you cheering for? Let us know. We are updating the chip counts. Thanks for staying with us. Quick, short break while we count the chips. Make sure everything's accurate. No race off. Still got those yellows in play. Still got those pinks in play. Still got Rudy as the chip leader, 307,000 chips. Still got Mark in second place at 256,000 chips. He does fold. Landon folds as well. And there's another walk. Rudy gets another one through, kind of. Wouldn't exactly call it getting it through, but Rudy does pick up some small blinds. Picks his big blind back up off the table, puts it in his stack. And we are still five-handed, still playing five-card Big O. Still splitting a lot of pots. But the levels have increased. We are now at 20K for the big blind, 10K for the small blind. That means Mark has just over 10 big blinds. First to act. Now all of these players very short stacked. Landon looking at about 2.5 big blinds. Now we did have a prop bet at the beginning of this. A last longer for these players. A lot of these players did participate, though it was entirely optional. Not everybody did participate. Going off to a flop 3 out of 5 ways. 9-8-6. Almost forgot what a flop looks like. Checks around to the turn. Turn is a jack of spades. Bringing in a flush draw for Mark. Rudy drawing to the best low hand here. Though it is possible for Mark to take that. Rudy keeping up the aggression. Bets. Going to get Ruben to fold. Mark now with a decision to make. Mark with a pair of 8s. Straight draw. Thinking about it, weighing his options very carefully. The 2 big stacks. Getting involved. Mark does make the call. We're going off to a, what's it called again? It's been so long since we've seen, a river. It's a jack of clubs. Splitting the top pot. Neither player making a low. Checks around. It will be a chopped pot. Both players splitting up that 130,000 chips in the middle, profiting 10,000 each. Both players, pair of 8s, pair of jacks with an ace kicker. Some high-level dealing coming along with this as well. The dealers are the unsung heroes of this game. Chopping the pots up properly. We are moving on. Hand number 146. Easily the longest stream I've ever been a part of, not only in terms of hours, almost 6.5 by the way, also in terms of the number of hands. And we are just rolling through them lately as well. Blind on blind action here. Ruben in the small blind, Mark in the big blind. 10-5 tray coming off. Ruben makes 2 pair. Betting it 30,000. Mark with a decision to make. Ruben not much behind. It looks like just a call. Off to the turn here. 100,000 in the middle. 10 comes off. Ruben boats up. And Ruben shoves. Trying to get Mark off of his low draw. 53% to make a low hand. If he does, he will beat Ruben's low hand. Mark holding the ace. Mark says it's not worth it to draw. Gets out of the way. Ruben chips up 133 in his stack now. Blinds are still at 10K, 20K. Ruben at about 6.5 big blinds. Tightly contested race here. For third place. We are on the money bubble. I predict we're going to stay here for at least a little while. These players are playing very tight. $10,000 in the prize pool. 5K up top. Of course, bragging rights. First Big O tournament we've hosted in a while. A lot better to say, hey, I won the Big O tournament than it is to say, we chopped at the end. Rudy leads out under the gun. Getting folds almost all the way around. Landon committing the last of his chips into the middle. Ace, King, Queen, Jack 8 versus Jack, Jack, 6-4 deuce. Landon's all in for his remaining 53,000. And here we go to the run out. Very close in terms of equity, at least at the beginning, at least pre-flop. Landon turns Broadway. And that ace will actually help Rudy to make the low. It is a chopped pot. Not exactly what Landon wanted, but he does survive another hand. And we're moving on. Hand number 147. Chip stacks always in flux. Landon still the short stack for now. After that chopped pot, he's a little bit healthier at 48,000. Still about 2.5 bigs. Not exactly healthy, but healthier. After getting a couple of chips sent his way. Ruben looks down a lot of kings. Mark looks down a lot of queens. Landon in the small blind. All in. Rudy looks down a lot of hearts. Pretty even split of equity for the high hand. Landon a little better than a 2-1 favorite for the low hand. And Rudy calls. 302,000 chips in Rudy's stack, committing 58,000 into the middle. Run out comes very low. Rudy makes the wheel. As does Landon. The same wheel, in fact. Chop, chop. Now Rudy in the small blind. Ruben in the big blind. Look at those stack sizes while we have a dealer change going on here. We've got Jason back in the box. here come the stack sizes. There we go. 58,000 for Landon. Ruben at 133, Mark at 206, and Rudy at 322. Takes about 30 to 40 seconds from when I click the button to when that pops up. Try to push it a little sooner next time. Landon on the button, but we are four-handed. Can't be too choosy before he shoves all in. And here he goes, putting the rest of his chips in once again. Ace, 8, 5, 5, 3. Charlie would be so proud. Ruben looks down, Queen, Jack, 9, 5, 4. Lots of clubs there. And Ruben puts the rest of the chips needed in the middle to make the call. Ace, 8, queen on the flop. Another queen. Ruben hits trip queens. And that's 6. Helps Landon to hit the low. They will be chopping that pot. Landon now under the gun. Has been shoving pre-flop just about every hand, as is kind of required with these blinds the way that they are. Landon up to 63,000 in chips now. Slowly but surely trying to make a comeback here. And we are moving on. We've hit hand number 150. We've hit hand number 150. We made it, everybody. Hand number 150. And it looks like we are going to be coloring up those yellows. And we're doing it in the middle of the hand. Keep the game moving along. Bringing out the black chips. 25,000 chips are now in play. Ruben completing out of the small blind. Mark checks his option. 6-4 tray on the board. Mark makes 2 pair. Got a pair of 9s as well in his hand. Ruben all but locking up this low. I believe that 1% that Mark has is a chop possibility. Ruben bets. Mark folds. Ruben gets a pot. That'll put Landon in the big blind. Landon now at 63,000 chips after winning a couple, well, splitting a couple of all-ins. Not exactly winning, but not exactly losing either. There it is. 63,000 in chips, 312 for Rudy. A big difference from first to fourth, but second and third might as well be tied with the blinds at 20,000. Only about 1.5, only about 1.25 blinds separates them. And Rudy under the gun will fold a mystery hand. Ruben on the button, gets out of the way. Mark completes, Landon shoves. Landon using the full strength of that Butterfinger behind him as a good luck charm. It's crispity. It's crunchity. It's peanut buttery. And if it helps you win a pot, is a candy bar such a bad thing? Mark does make the call. Lots of hearts in Mark's hand. Landon with the suited A tray of diamonds. And the board comes out 8-8-7. Landon ahead. Landon gets the low. And that 6 helps Landon to double up. Now up to 126,000 in chips. Mark up to 123K after taking that blow. Doubling up Landon in the process. And now we are even tighter in terms of chip stack. Rudy at 312 up top, but places 2, 3, and 4 very evenly spread. Ruben at 158. Landon at 126. Mark at 123. It is still anyone's game. Blinds remain 10K, 20K, at least for now. And we're moving off hand number 152. Mark on the button. Pair of kings, pair of tens, good enough for a raise. And Rudy with the pair of queens. A suited king to go along. And a 7-4. Flop comes 8-5 tray. Mark's still ahead with his pocket kings. A jack on the turn. Locks it up for Rudy for the low. The 3 of clubs comes off on the river. Mark gets the high hand check mark. Rudy gets the low hand check mark. And they will be chopping the small blind up between them. 5,000 profit apiece out of that 110,000 chip pot. And number 152. Make sure to check us out this weekend. If you like good old-fashioned 2-card poker, Texas Hold'em, come by. We got a good couple of things going on. Our bounty tournament will be running on Saturday. Always draws a crowd. Check that out. Sunday, we've got our final qualifier for the $10,000 tournament. You pay $35 to get into that qualifier. If you bag, you get a voucher to get into that $10,000 tournament. $10,000 in the prize pool, guaranteed. That should be something special. And just in case that was a walk. There we go. Just in case. And thank you, everybody, to watching. We are having a good time streaming this tournament here, this Big O tournament. $10,000 guaranteed. We made the guarantee. $5K up top, $3K in second place, and $2K in third. Ruben makes the call here, as does Rudy. We're actually going 3 ways to the flop. Haven't seen this in a while. Ace-8 tray, 2 clubs on board. Rudy with a nut flush draw for the high hand. He's got the ace-3, the 5 and the 6, and the 8 working for him for the low hand. Needs one more low card to make that happen. But Ruben has the ace-deuce, 5-8 with the 3 in tow for Ruben's low hand. He looks down, he says, ace-deuce tray, that's good enough. I basically got the low locked up. He shoves. Mark with the decision to make, 118,000 to call. That is more than he has in his stack. Rudy, with the possibility of eliminating a player, makes the call. 40% to win the high hand, just 14% to win the low hand. Rudy working on that club draw to make the flush. If no clubs come, Ruben's aces and 8s will be best. And Ruben boats up. Scoop, scoop. A new chip leader has been crowned. Ruben picking up 158,000 chips in profit out of that 296,000 chip pot. That puts him right below the 3K chip threshold. And again, on top of the leaderboard.
So Ruben raised to 90.
And we've got the chip stacks coming. $296 for Ruben right on top. Mark now down to 108 is the short stack, right around 5 big blinds. Ruben right around 7 big blinds, and Rudy right around 8.5. All of these players substantially short stacked. The blinds are only going up from here. And we've got some big things coming for October too. One of the cool tournaments that we've got, we're gonna do that I'm pretty excited about personally. We've got a free roll going on, but at each level change we do a bomb pot. How crazy is that? Get that free roll going, get a free stack of chips, shove it all in, see what happens. If you survive, wait for the next level. Get a bomb pot out of it. How crazy. That sounds like a lot of fun. I think we're going to get a great turnout for that. That should be early October. So about a month away, but make sure to mark that on your calendar. Speaking of calendar, check out our website, KoJack's Poker Club, to see that calendar. Save it to your phone. Make it your wallpaper. Send me a screenshot of that, and I'll give you whatever freebie we've got going on in September. I'll give you a couple of vouchers. The vouchers have been a big hit with the players. I'm sure we're going to continue that for September. Ruben under the gun. It looks like he makes the call. Mark folds. 3 ways to the flop. 120 in the middle. 10-5-4 is the flop. Ruben bets a full pot. And that's going to be enough to get Rudy to fold. Ruben dragging another pot. Pulling away with the chip lead. Mark Landon now below 6 figures. 98,000 for Mark, 86,000 for Landon. Rudy right at 159,000. Minus the small blind that he has to put in. Levels are 20,000, 10,000. 376 for Ruben. And Ruben far ahead of the rest of the pack will be in the big blind here. Mark looks down at Jack 10 with a couple of low cards and folds. Rudy in the small blind gets out of there. And we have ourselves another walk. Ruben still the massive now chip leader here. Nearly 400,000. Almost up to 20. Ooh, I was going to say almost up to 20 bigs, but the levels have changed. We're up to 15K, 30K for the blinds now. Ruben sitting over 10 bigs, but that puts Mark down to right about 3 bigs, just under. And he is in the big blind as the levels change. Landon folding under the gun, hoping to make the money bubble. And subsequently ladder up. King Jack 9 on the flop. 2 spades. Ruben holding some of those spades. In fact, a straight flush draw here. Yeah. We've got our next guest here on the show, the wonderful Chris. Chris Gwynn.
Hello, everybody.
Chris, it's been a wild ride. Chris is our IT professional here, our technology wizard, our bit enthusiast.
I do bits and bytes for sure.
Our bite master. And what do you think about this whole tournament? This is wild, is it not?
It's really interesting because I've seen a bunch of these guys play Big O and cash games, and the way that they play these tournaments is so different from the way that they play those cash games.
1,000% different. We had a comment asking if our cash games were as nitty as this, and I said absolutely not.
Oh no.
It's really interesting, like you were saying, to see these players very reserved in the tournament setting.
Oh yeah. They're clearly looking for their spots, trying to find a good place to really set themselves up for success later. Whereas in those cash games, it's just like, oh, look, I got money in front of me. I'll just put it in the pot.
Yeah, exactly.
So
try to spin up whatever they have in front of them. This time, you spin it up the wrong way, you're eliminated. Then you get no chance at that prize pool.
yeah, and I think that's probably the driving factor.
Well, that and the blind levels, you're at 30,000 for the big blind. That was the starting stack.
Yeah. But whenever they're playing the cash games, it's really interesting because I mean we could have tens of thousands of dollars on the table, and these guys are just like throwing the money around like it doesn't even matter. But then on the flip side of that, here they're playing for like a little over $10,000 altogether, and everybody is just trying to get their little bitty piece of it.
It's that all-important bragging.
And I mean, I say little bitty piece. Like, I mean, we're talking $5,000 up top isn't a little bitty piece, but
absolutely.
But in comparison to what I've seen some of these guys putting on the table in the past, it's kind of chump changey.
Absolutely. It's a very interesting dynamic that we've got here, and certainly the. I don't want to say the field that you expect, but I do want to say that all these players are very accomplished in their poker playing.
Oh, yeah.
Very proficient in all the different forms and games. Now, how long has it been since we've done a Big O tournament? Do you know?
Oh,
a couple of months at least, right?
Yeah, at least.
Yeah.
At least. May have been even one of our big series the last time we did a Big O tournament.
Speaking of series, did you see that flyer? We got a series coming up in October.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
Oh, yeah.
I love our series. They're so much fun.
Oh.
You get to play tournaments you don't normally get. It is there is so much stuff that goes on there. It's just such a blast.
Now here we go. We got Landon all in on the button. A lot of diamonds, a lot of hearts, a lot of Broadway cards, couple of low cards. Keep those in the chamber just in case you need them.
Landon has done a really, really good job of staying alive.
He has been holding on very well.
He has
And
he has
look at
not
this.
won many pots. I think he won 1 or 2 pots.
But he's won
Once
the
it
ones
went
that count.
four-handed. But he, like, every time he was all in, he chopped or won.
Exactly. He didn't lose. That's the
And,
important part.
And if you can stay alive at this part in the tournament, like, you're winning.
That's right. Hashtag winning.
If you can get through the blinds and still have a chance, then I mean you won that round.
Exactly.
100%.
Exactly. That's a good way to think of it, as the blind levels are just individual rounds all strung together.
Exactly.
Yeah, we've still got a couple of viewers watching, hanging on. Hey, thanks for watching, everybody. We really appreciate it. Let me know, how long have you been watching, and what's your favorite variety of poker? A couple of chat pros in there. We made it up to 100 comments today, so thanks, everybody.
Awesome.
Particularly Tony.
Good job.
Mr. Toledo Tony gets a special shout-out. I told him anytime he wants to visit Midland, Texas, tell him Chase sent you. We'll give him some free stuff.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Come on down, Tony.
And here we go, another dealer change. We got Robert coming in. Let's take a look at the chip stacks while Robert sets up, shuffles up. And a pen on the table. I see that in seat number 1. I wonder if the pen is going to make the money bubble. They always
Depends.
say, I
I
was going to say.
heard today was dad joke day, so
It
I
is
had
dad
to
joke
bust
day.
something out.
And Chris comes in. Dad jokes ablazing. And Ruben, the runaway chip leader, after winning that large pot.
And there's Landon all in again.
That's right. All in for 48,000, a big blind and a half. And Rudy folds the mystery hand. Ruben looks down at a couple of Broadway cards, a couple of hearts, a couple of low cards. He decides to make the call. That
You like to see those big hearts, but you don't like to see 3 of them.
That's true. And not much you can do about it, though, when you get 5 cards in your hand. And look at this, Mark holding even bigger hearts, ace-8 of hearts.
And then all of a sudden, Ruben's not going to like his hearts at all.
Absolutely not. Mark all in for 113 over the top of Landon. We've got 2 players at risk in this pot. Jason watching the action. He was in the box moments ago. Flop comes out with 1 heart, 2 jacks and a queen. There's another heart. This could spell danger. Oh, and a 9 of clubs on the river. Mark and Landon eliminated. Ruben, massive chip lead here. Unbelievable. What a great showing from these players. Mark and Landon absolutely doing a bang-up job here at this very difficult variation of poker.
So going into this hand, Ruben was the only player who had more than 10 big blinds in his stack.
Yep.
And he just eliminated 2 players at the same time. So
unreal.
So he is taking a massive lead.
That is absolutely true. Now we are heads up.
So did you tell the people about the deal that they made for the money?
I did not.
They got together when it went to 4. They took a short break and did an ICM calculation. ICM calculation basically says, like, well, it kind of looks at your percentage of chip stacks, but it also looks at what can happen weirdly.
Interesting.
And so what you end up, you don't get like a perfect percentage chop. The smaller stacks actually get a lot more equity than what they have.
Right, because they could double up.
Because things can change so quickly.
Right.
And so it gives the smaller chip stacks an advantage, but it also kind of locks up the money for the bigger chip stacks. And so they looked at the ICM, looked at the numbers, and said, well, let's go ahead and do the ICM chop. Everybody gets what they have, but then let's take $250 out of every pot and play for 1,000.
Okay.
So
What an interesting way to maintain bragging rights.
exactly,
While at the same time limiting your losses.
exactly.
And here we are, heads up. Now, is there ever a scenario where you don't just go all in every hand when you're heads up in Big O? I guess we'll find out. Rudy pretty quick at doing that chip cut right there, the thumb cut. Flop comes out king 9, Trey. A quick bet, a quick fold, and a quick couple of chuckles.
That's crazy because Ruben had 4 diamonds and 2 diamonds came out.
That's right.
And you're just like how does that even happen?
Who's shuffling these cards? Who's doing that?
That is craziness right there. That's poker.
That is poker for you. That is the wild variety of cards that you've got. Trying to pull up the chip stacks. Look at this. Almost 3-1 here, Ruben versus Rudy. Anything could happen, of course, especially with those blinds as big as they are. Rudy really only sitting at about 6 bigs. Still having the time of his life, though. Rudy is such a character at the table.
And it doesn't look like it, but Ruben's having a pretty good time out there, too.
I believe it.
He's very stoic. He's very reserved, but he's having a good time. If you know him, you can tell.
At the end of every tournament, we take pictures of our winners so that we can post them on social media. One of my first tournaments that I ran, I got to take a picture of Ruben, who won the tournament. And I said, act like you won a tournament. And he said, oh, no, trust me. I'm jumping for joy right now. I'm on rainbows. And
this is
sunshine.
as excited as I get right here.
And he was. He said it so sincerely. Look at this, Rudy showing off a couple of cards. All excited. Now,
Ruben potted it. Rudy went all in. Ruben called. Rudy hadn't even looked at his cards. He was just like, I'm just all in. And Ruben makes the call.
And here we go.
The chip stacks right here. I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but Rudy only had about 175,000.
I see. That makes more sense.
Not the 200 and something.
It looks like about
Rudy,
170.
Rudy takes that whole thing. I think it was 174 exactly, but Rudy sweeps that one. And just like that, he's got the chip lead.
Yeah.
Or actually, technically he doesn't, because like I said, the chip stacks in the system were a little bit off. Ruben, I mean, they're essentially neck and neck. Ruben has him by probably less than 15,000.
Wow.
But they are just right next to each other in chip stacks.
I like that shirt Robert's wearing from a little while ago. But there is a $10,000 zero entry free roll coming up, and to qualify for that, you got to play in our qualifier. The last one is on Sunday, $35 to get in, and you get one rebuy at $35.
So these guys right here, like, they're ready to go home.
Yeah,
they're done.
Yeah.
And so Rudy pots it. It's only 90,000. Ruben calls, and then they just both shove their chips in, and they're just like, run it, because they're just like, we're just ready to be done.
Well, we've been streaming for 7 hours. That means these players have been playing for 7 hours. I can imagine a tough day at the office. And these players have already locked up a large percentage of that prize pool.
And that's it. Right here it says that Ruben it says Ruben's eliminated. Technically he has a few thousand extra behind. But they just don't even care. They're just going to walk away and take their winnings and
so Rudy
celebrate.
gets it. So Rudy takes first.
Rudy takes first. He gets the extra money they put up top.
From very severely short-stacked a couple levels ago to the winner of the Big O tournament. That's what you get at KoJack's.
But you've also got to, you've got to give a lot of credit to Landon for sticking around.
Oh, man, Landon stuck around. Landon and Joni, I think, both get awards for hanging on as long as they can.
Absolutely.
Hey, I was wondering if we would both get into this. Look at us.
Look at us.
Look at us. Here we are. But, thanks for joining us, everybody. We really appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and cut the stream off. We got a couple of big things coming up this weekend, so come check us out And we'll be back to live streaming the 1-2 game on Thursday. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Me too. We'll play it by ear. But hey, thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll see you next time. Come check us out at KoJack's. Come play some poker. Come have a good time.